SnortBucks Kaffee-Bier heißt Sie willkommen zum Snortfest. Beginnend bei das salzige Schwein, Schweinebraterei. Und breitete sich auf Dutzende von SnortBucks Salzbierzelten aus. Snortfest sind 3 Wochen Trinken, Essen und gute altmodische Ausschweifungen. Machen Sie mit. SnortBucks. Willkommen bei Salt.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no smoke. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl I wanna dig out. Hooked it up for later as I hit the dope. Thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go, cause I got me a drop top. And if I hit the switch, I can make the ass drop. Had to stop at a red light, looking in my mirror, not a jacker in sight, and everything is all
right. So, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is Dspnews. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by SnortBucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. And let's go ahead and get to the situation. So, why are we here? Amongst many questions of the universe, I'm sure. The main reason why we're here today is to talk about the Lolcow podcast, or the lack thereof, if you will. Now, I have plenty of reasons why I think it's not going to work, so on and so forth. But what's actually kind of motivated me, so to speak, to actually do this, amongst other things, because there was stuff that really could have taken more precedence than this, was Wings of Redemption, actually. He had said something on Breaking Banquet and on a Lummox video, came from the same stream, but they just cut certain aspects for themselves. And he had said some things that really kind of got the noggin jogging. After that, because, you know, Susan, despite her intense hatred for me and our lack of a relationship, she does come through for a brother every once in a while. So she ends up recommending Tommy C. If you guys know who Tommy is, commentator community, baited podcast, all around, just shitty situation around that dude at every given time. He apparently had a podcast where he was talking to some of his mods about what he was thinking about as it pertains to his Lolcow podcast, how he thinks it's going to be a second chance for him, which, it might be under, with his own audience, not with a much larger audience, I don't think. So, and how he had already recorded and sent something to Keem. Hopefully Keem bites. At that particular time, he hadn't yet. So that's the thing. And then we're going to go over some side scroller stuff too. Now, it's a bit disjointed, and I'm doing that for a reason. So we're going to hop around a bit. So first things first, we're going to go to the side scrollers. This is from May 23rd of 2023. Link to all videos will be down in the description. And it is DSP $50,000 offer by Keemstar. Then we'll jump to Tommy C. Then we'll jump to a segment from Breaking Banquet. Same thing with Lummox. And then we will jump over to a much longer excerpt, or segment, if you will, from the interview, that 5-hour interview. We're going to jump into a bit of that, and that's essentially going to be our situation. That's our play. So that's pretty much that. And with that being said, I guess you could say welcome to my TED Talk. With that being said, this podcast, if it even gets up off the ground, is not going to work, because not so much because DSP isn't there per se, it's because it's not authentic. That's really what it comes down to. The concept, the premise behind the Lolcow podcast is to bring 3 fucking losers on the internet, bring them together, and have them talk about topics and give you essentially the Lolcow mindset behind it. That's what's supposed to make it funny. That's what's supposed to make it intriguing. That's what's supposed to draw attention to people when they actually watch it. Not only for the people who are actually already invested in watching these people, or your power viewers, if you will, but also to attract the curiosity, if you will, of your normies, of people who may have only heard about these people in passing And now we're actually sitting there and actually being like, well, let me sit through and see what this is. With that being said, let's be truly honest with ourselves for a minute. What Keem was bargaining for, what he was buying for his $50,000 up front, plus each one of them getting a quarter of the show, is he's buying their audiences. That's what it comes down to. He was purchasing their audiences. So when he sells the show later, he's not necessarily selling Boogie, Wings, or DSP. He's selling the viewership that he has garnered through them, if you will. It's business. It's legitimately business. And Boogie and Wings are going to jump onto it because they've already failed at business. They've already failed at life to some extent. So they have nothing to lose because they already feel like they have nothing of value. DSP knows he has nothing of value. He legitimately knows this. What DSP is pissed off about, or what DSP was trying to push for, and this is all just an assumption on my part, by the way, is he wanted to feel like he was an equal. He doesn't want to be just another part of the three-monkey circus. The one that can't see, the one that can't speak, and the one that can't hear. He didn't want that. He wanted to be looked at as a legitimate partner. And he's not. He's not really bringing anything to the table that would allow him to. Now, with that being said, I'm about to be a hypocrite for a minute. The reason why the show failed, outside of it being authentic, is DSP essentially gatekeeping his hate watchers from going over there and participating in the situation. DSP's a fool. He's a goddamn fool. He's as ignorant as the stationary people that he hates, that he thinks those people are, I should say. But DSP also knows that his hate watchers are his real value at this point. And they probably always have been. When you got a dwindling viewer base where you can't even break 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, certainly less than 5,000 viewers on a channel that has over 200,000 subscribers, it says something. There's something very, very fucking wrong with that. And if you think about it, Boogie and Wings, just by subscriber count alone, if you value those type of things, is still better off or is in a higher position than DSP are. And yet they're willing to acquisition or push their quote-unquote pride to the side and ego to make some money with DSP. You know what I'm saying? Like, can Boogie turn his situation around? I don't know. Can Wings turn his situation around? He needs to actually try. DSP doesn't care. He's okay being in squalor. If DSP ends up, if DSP was to, God forbid, if dude found out that he was gonna end up punching out permanently, you know what I mean, like clocking out. If he knew he was really gonna clock out in like a year's time, I guarantee you he would throw every bit of energy possible behind getting back into the FGC and trying to get the respectability that you guys have seen him try to do now. The thing is with the FGC stuff, and we'll follow this up in another video, is no one trusts DSP because he has no value. He brings no value to the FGC. He cannot articulate himself well enough to explain his experience or explain why people should respect his experience. He doesn't have any wisdom, which should come from that experience, if that experience actually exists. And he is so resentful of not only the OGs or the people from his particular class, from his time period, I should say, that he's incredibly resentful of the younger guys. The guys that are coming up, the guys who already established themselves through Street Fighter V, through Street Fighter IV. He hates those people. He feels like they had it easier than he did, which maybe they did, but I think, truth be told, they tried harder. DSP admitted this. He said that, hey, when he stepped into the FGC, it was supposed to be for the love of it, grassroots, all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Not bullshit, but all that stuff. These guys came in and were actually able to turn it into an actual business and actually make money. And they were able to make money in ways that he discounted, like commentary, for example. But like I said, we'll save that for the FGC shit. But I just want to bring that up to you, and I want you to understand exactly how short-sighted he is and how little he has to offer to anything. And that's what Keem was kind of banking on. Keem was looking at his situation and being like, you've got nothing. You've got nothing. except for your hate watchers. That's why Keem tried to spin this bullshit into the fact that detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are his biggest fans, and they'll follow everything he says. They'll follow it. They don't. I mean, they follow the antics, I should say. Not that they would actually follow what he said. And Keem is right to a degree. There's probably few detractors out there. Not me, because I value my fucking sub feed. But there are detractors out there who are subscribed to all of DSP's channels, and they have to deal with all of the bullshit that comes in through it. And that's fine. That's that's the best way for you to keep up with them. So be it. But not everybody's like that. Not everybody has time for that, and people will get around to DSP when they feel like it. Yeah, I personally don't see a reason to commit to DSP's sub feed, but that's neither here nor there. When the purge happens in like late December, early January, I'm actually kind of concerned on what kind of hit he might take. But that's a whole nother discussion for another day. With that being said, that's the whole point of this whole Lolcow podcast thing. So we'll go through that, have a couple of laughs and whatnot. It's funny too that I had that little segment right there, because you think the actual podcast, that being said, has been around for not very long, to be honest with you, and is far more successful, to be honest, than probably even the Lolcow podcast could be in the long term. But that's neither here nor there. But the funny thing is if you're keen, and if you're paying attention to that being said, or any other competing podcast, if you will, that's in the DSP sphere, if you will, the Gout universe, you may not want to compete with any of that. It may not just, it might not be a thing, at least not at the moment. I don't know, we'll see. Point being is, should be a bunch of laughs and whatnot. I don't smell no motherfucking bacon cooking. Y'all don't either. So let me go ahead and cut this up and get to it. And I'll see you guys in just a second. Yay!
The good day. The good day. I can't believe today was a good day. The good day. The good day. Drove to the pad and hit the showers. Didn't even get no static from the cowards. Cause just yesterday them fools tried to blast me. Saw the police and they rolled right past me. No flexing, didn't even look in a brother's direction as I ran the intersection. Went to Show Dog's house, they was watching Yo MTV raps. What's the haps on the craps? Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em up.
Darksydephil in a ring.
I don't know.
And would you do it?
All right. Oh man, it's amazing what you find at random and shit when it comes to music around this place. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the Side Scroller podcast, or at least with Side Scrollers, I should say. This is a one-on-one between Keemstar and Stuttering Craig. Speaking about, let me see here. I got notes. Doesn't necessarily make me a professional, but I do have notes. It says right here, Darksydephil's offered $50,000 by Keemstar. This was from March 23rd of 2023. The link will be down in the description. Here we go. Help.
What would it take? I don't know. Like, what's the line that you would cross to get DSP in a box? What do you think it would take to get Darksydephil in a ring?
I don't know.
And would you do it? What would it take? I don't know. Like, what's the line that you would cross to get DSP in a boxing ring?
The thing is I actually understand the value of Boogie 2988, and I understand the value of Wings of Redemption, and I understand the value of Darksydephil. I do. They have value. They absolutely have value, but it's not being used the right way. Like this boxing match was a perfect example of, look, they're lolcows. We'll throw them in a ring, and now like everyone's entertained. They love it, and they love them for doing it, right? But he doesn't trust me, so I don't know. If I'm offering you $50,000 and you can't get on the phone call, right? You can't just communicate with me. I don't know what it would take. It would be near impossible.
Fair point. Also, though, it really comes down to the fact that when Keem says he understands the value of a Boogie, of a Wings, of a Darksydephil, really what he's saying is he understands the value of their audience, of their viewer base. That's the audience. That's where their real value is, because their value as people, as harsh as this is going to sound, their value as people are pretty non-existent. They're pretty shitty people. They're pretty scumbaggish, almost irredeemable type of people. And when given the opportunity to do so, there's a reason why I've chosen this part in our timeline to start off with. Look at what happened with Wings and Boogie after this boxing match. I honestly think, and not because of the boxing match itself, but I think they're actually worse off now than they were before the actual boxing match itself, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But I honestly think they're worse off. When you look at Darksydephil, yet again, he wants to be equal. So what DSP tried to display was, I may have a price, right? But you're not going to put me on the payroll, right? And I can't be bought. Your approach has to be different. And that's really that if Keem was really trying to get him to the table on it, that's what the situation is. Now, the whole thing about the emails and all that silly shit, we'll get to that. And Keem is correct. That shit's kind of stupid. As content creators, we need to be able to speak to each other. But DSP, yet again, as with all of his many of addictions, he needs to have control over this situation. He needs to be able to exercise some control over Keem. Keem needs to... I kind of want to say that DSP wanted Keem to acquisition, or to not necessarily bow down, but to bring him down to DSP's level so they could be equals. And Keem doesn't have to do that, nor will Keem do that. But at the same time, Keem has a history of basically buying his enemies up. This is something that Keem does. Especially once he, quote-unquote, made it financially. He enjoys the idea that he can lord his money over people. Especially over people who have done him wrong at one time or another. He enjoys giving people second chances because he sees the value of people getting second chances. And him being somehow attached to it. Even if he's in the background a bit, or even all the way, and you're up there in the forefront, you admit to your mistakes and your problems and your misgivings, and now you're going to be better for it. There's value there. And if Keem has put money behind that, he's going to expect points off of that value, if you will. He's just not upfront with it. It's something that happens over a period of time. It's like, hey, I helped you get on your feet when no one else would help you. I've done this, that, and the third. No. You don't have to pay me back financially. I don't need that. But I got this project coming up, and I'd like for you to be part of it. What do you think? And that's how Keem has become socially wealthy, to be honest. That's how he does it. If he can use his money to make himself more money, cool. But he looks at that as a long-term type situation. He needs to build social equity with people before he can build up financial, he can build up capital with them or even off them. And I think that's one of the overall problems when he came at DSP. He tried to come at him strictly on the basis of money, given that DSP is an addict. He has a spending addiction, he has a drinking addiction, he has a gambling problem, and DSP didn't want to go for that. Because then that puts DSP in a weak position where he has to admit to something that he doesn't want to admit to, because, yet again, DSP believes he's in control of his situation. If he has to apologize to something, his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, or his hate watchers, or whatever the fuck you want to call us, will be able to play off of that. And will continue to play off of it, as people normally do. That's human nature. It's the internet. It is what it is. And DSP has so many disadvantages that he didn't need one more. But you'll see as we go along.
That's part of the reason why I'm trying to figure this guy out and go through and do this documentary on him, is because I want to know who this guy is, because I really don't know. He's a liar. He lies about so much stuff. He was on your show and he was clearly lying, right? It's like there's this documentary on YouTube where, they have all the bank records of somebody broke into his bank or whatever. And it's just like, bam, bam, all this proof that he was buying the wrestling skins or whatever on the mobile game. And he's up here, oh, that's not my account, I don't do that. Like, there's a recording of him saying to his stream that he was addicted to this game. Like, there's so much evidence. And we're talking about like a gambling addiction. So why?
Well, he was addicted to a mobile game. It wasn't WWE Champions, but because he's still playing it, so that makes him. That gets into iffy grounds when you think about it. Keem is right. DSP did admit that he was playing a mobile game and he was becoming addicted to it, and that's why he needed to stop. I think it was WWE Supercard. But he never said he was addicted to WWE Champions, but it's a small thing. It's whatever. At the end of the day, Scopey still is getting all their money. They're getting their weekly reparations from Darksydephil, so it doesn't, or weekly tides, not even reparations, but tides. They're still getting their weekly contributions from Darksydephil and whatnot, or the Burnell household, so they're winning regardless. But he's right. Keem is right that, you know, this guy was addicted. He came up there, he tried to lie it off. It didn't work, even though he did admit that he was playing WWE Champions, despite the fact he told his hate watchers for the better part of like 2 years, if not 3, that he wasn't. Womp womp.
Just say in that moment, yes, that was me. I had a problem. I fixed it. Like, I don't know.
We've said this a lot.
But DSP never fixes anything. That's the problem. Like, if you're gonna lie, right, it should be something believable, right? It should be something that people can kind of, that within the realm of reality, right? It should be somewhat believable. DSP doesn't have that. DSP cannot fix anything. He's never been able to fix anything. At best, he tries to patch it up. And that's it. But when DSP has a real problem, he's not willing to put the elbow grease behind it. He'll throw money at it. I just said that we were going to talk about the Street Fighter shit later, but fuck it. Let's just go ahead and get into some of this shit real fast. Which, you know, I'm not fast at anything. Look at the situation with Street Fighter 6. We were playing on Xbox. Competition was thick and getting even thicker. So after EVO, he saw all the pro players were over there on PlayStation. He saw that he thought it was going to be the premier spot for fighting games, and certainly they're all, you know, Sony's already in line with the FGC because they own a percentage of EVO. I'm going to run over there. But in our current timeline, he's bitching and complaining about how all these PC players are showing up when he plays Street Fighter on PlayStation, and it's bullshit, and they might be running macros and this, that, and the third. Whatever. Here's the point. Now he's at the point where, oh, well, do I have to get myself a $5,000 PC to compete, and to compete with these guys now on equal footing? Well, one, you admitted a couple of days prior that you were getting old, your reflexes and reactions are fading, which they've been fading, so this isn't anything new, and you can't keep up. And you said that, you know, you're a little, in one of your jerk-off hands, you know what I'm saying, it hurts real bad, and you know what I'm saying, I guess you got crystal buildup or whatever the fuck gout does to you. I'm being facetious. I know what gout does to you, but you know what I mean. I'm just trying to be funny about it. You got, you know, crystal buildup or whatever the case may be. You haven't washed your hands in a while. I don't know. And that shit hurt. My hand hurt. My hoof hurt. So it is what it is. Now you're talking, but so you jump from one console, threw a bunch of money at another console because you thought you were going to have it a little bit easier. You thought you were going to be able to flex on lower players and try to show the FGC, hey, I'm over here on PlayStation. I've got 2 characters. Well, now 3. I have 2 characters that are in Master. I've got a 3rd one going. They're mostly considered low-tier characters. I mean, Lily is, I would say. I think the other 2 are like mid or upper mid, to be honest. So where's my respect? Now he's saying that he's mad because now he's got all these PC players coming at his neck. I told him when he made the jump from Xbox to PlayStation, he was a fool. What made him think anything was going to be easier over here? And what made him think that the killing, the bloodletting, if you will, wasn't going to get any worse? He should just stay his ass over there on Xbox. But he wanted to get out of that ecosystem because Xbox is way too close to PC and he didn't want no parts of that. Now we're on PlayStation. Now shit's getting harder and harder. Now he's talking about, oh, well, I might need a $5,000 PC so I can have all the same advantages that everybody else has. Despite the fact that this is the same idiot who said, I'm not a PC person, I'm not smart enough to be doing all that shit, I'm a gamer. I want to buy my game, put it into my console, play, and not have to worry about anything. You know what I'm saying? But yet he's willing to jump through all these hoops for Street Fighter? How much money are we into Street Fighter so far? $600 plus? It would be more than that, but the arcade stick that he has for Xbox, he didn't pay for. Someone else bought that for him. So, but that's my point. Instead of addressing the real problem, whereas you're physically falling apart, and you say you're getting older and that's hindering you, you have to get smarter. And he doesn't want to do that because it requires too much work. Matter of fact, when he was playing at the higher ranks, what's one of his main complaints? It's too hard to win. You have to put too much work in, I should say, to win. And that's pretty embarrassing when you're playing a competitive game. Yes, it is a game, but it's also competitive. And you're physically, quote unquote, exerting yourself. So then you're physically exerting yourself because you're mentally not there to do it. You don't have the cognitive ability to not only get smarter, but whatever information or knowledge that you have to be able to exercise it. And that's why you're fucked up. And that right there is an aspect that can be carried throughout DSP's life if you pay attention to it. The way DSP does anything is usually the way he does everything. And it shows.
So we pointed this out in the chat. They said, you guys gave him a golden ticket and he ripped it up.
Yep.
Gave him and he spat on it. So, well, you alluded to this, but I want to go over to, I was on a podcast called That Being Said earlier today, and they really wanted me to get more information about this tweet that you sent out, which you alluded to, but you said you've set up interviews with DSP and family. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And unlike him, they like money. So tell me more. What is this about? And you mentioned the documentary. We were kind of talking about it behind the scenes, but I don't know, you're obviously going through it with it. So tell me more.
So when I think of like one of the greatest like docu-series or whatever, it's got to be like Tiger King, right? It's such an interesting story. And I think that's why people are so obsessed with DSP, is because he's so interesting. Like, he does the exact opposite in every scenario that he should do. And you're just like, you're stumped like at some of his moves and how he acts. And you're like, is this a real person? And I'm so curious to find out who is the actual person, because I see him on his stream and he's like, we're going to have a fun time today and we're going to play some games. This is going to be some amazing entertainment and da-da-da. Like, he's talking to millions and millions of people. But the truth is he's barely making it. And when opportunities come to help him in his career, he shuts them all down. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him talking to another YouTuber other than your show. He doesn't even communicate with the outside world. It's like the weirdest thing, and I want to get to the bottom of it. I want to talk to people that know him in real life. So,
that's the thing. I think we broke him. Our interview broke him, and I think
the documentary was a bluff, though. I think honestly, Keem didn't want to go through that much trouble. I think he used it as a device to try to get DSP to the table, and it didn't work. To be honest with you, it just didn't work. It is what it was. And to be honest with you, I don't think anything that would benefit DSP would have came out of it anyway. It would have been kind of funny, but I think at the end of it, it would have been kind of sad. Because, if Keem was sitting down at the table, if Keem was sitting down at the table with, like, DSP's mother or father and brought up some of DSP's less than stellar moments and shit, I think even for Keem, as heartless of a piece of shit as he is, I think even he doesn't want to see the disappointment on his parents' face. You know what I'm saying? His parents, for all intents and purposes, are, I assume that they're decent people to some degree. And kind of airing their son's shortcomings to them, as amusing as it would be, I think that that dopamine hit would wear out rather quickly. You know what I'm saying? These are people who don't know what DSP actually does. They know what DSP tells them, which is a lie. Trust me. Any detractor who's worth their salt knows that. The DSP lies to his parents frequently about his shortcomings, why he needs to ask them for money, for his general bitching and everything else that comes with it. So, like I said, I think that was just a bluff. I think if he could have got a hold of, like, John or Howard, then I think he would have, but I don't see either one of them talking anyway. Panda should be left out of this regardless. I think OJ, yet again, is him and John are really kind of building their career up together. So I don't see OJ talking. He would have to really dig deep into DSP's childhood, or at least in his, like, high school and college years, to find someone. And they're probably just going to say, yeah, he was a kind of weird, awkward kind of dude, to be honest. I mean, his best bet would be talking to people from the FGC, to be honest with you, and get some insight off that. But a lot of that information is already out. So that's my initial thoughts though about the documentary. I think it was just a bluff.
Necessarily our interview. It's that we talked about it the next day. And I was, I don't know if you know the whole backstory behind this, but, I sent him an email just saying like, we do not trust what you said. There's so much that doesn't make sense in what you said. But we'd obviously love to continue the conversation. And here's the thing, like, I personally want what's best for him. I want him to get to level 2, as you say, right? I think that would be a great human interest story if you found a way to take that next
step.
That
bit is a bit interesting, because if you remember, DSP says that after the initial interview and when the decompression stream, that was DSP's, and the whatever the side scroll was called, theirs, debriefing or whatever it was, DSP made the claim that they won't talk to me anymore because they felt like I lied through the entire interview. Even though Craig is saying right here, hey, we don't believe everything you told us, but we would still be open to having that conversation later on down the line. So DSP even lied about something as petty as that. So, keep that in mind.
I think that would be a great human interest story if you found. I think that would be a great. Here's the thing, like, I personally want what's best for him. I want him to get to level 2, as you say, right? I think that would be a great. I sent him an email just saying like, we do not trust what you said. There's so much that doesn't make sense in what you said. But we'd obviously love to continue the conversation. And here's the thing, like, I personally want what's best for him. I want him to get to level 2, as you say, right? I think that would be a great human interest story if you found a way to take that next step in his career, after being at the same level for 18 years. But I truly don't think he wants it. And I think that he is, as been pointed out many times, he has his own bubble. And I think that our interview and just kind of laying things out directly in front of him as clear as possible, pushed him further into his bubble, and him leaving that bubble scares him.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like this. He's like got a king complex or something. Like when he's on his stream, he is the one in charge. All right. You say something he doesn't like, you're gone. Right. Certain people get shout outs and da 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 da. And he's, we're going to wear the vest if you donate that money. And he's in full control. As soon as he's outside of that element, he's like, no. I need to get back. That's the bubble you're referring to. Mm-hmm. And, I don't know what it would take. I don't know what the motivation would be. He's got an excuse every step of the way to just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. But I'm going to find out. There's got to be some motivation somewhere in his life that would get him to do something else. And if he improves his life, if he goes to level 2, I'd be happy too. I think everyone that's obsessed with the Darksydephil and clipping him and all that, they would like to see Phil outside in the real world, in a real interview, like where the interviewer is like right next to him. They would like to see like him going to Walmart or something. Like my vision of a documentary with Darksydephil is to like actually like capture who this guy actually is. Because he is playing a character to the max. He's lying.
Oh, foolish Keem. Oh my gosh. Okay, first things first. And this was already like said in the podcast. DSP has nothing to him. The internet is it. The persona, the facade or whatever it is. That's all he has. That's all there is to him. He has nothing else. He's completely and utterly isolated himself in Seattle. He doesn't have any friends out there. He doesn't have any family out there. The only human interaction is really just, it's really just Catherine and Jasper. Like, I can't really say his audience. They're all NPCs and dents and shit. But, you know what I'm saying? That's like the only real interaction that he has. You know what I'm saying? And I would assume that Catherine is so submissive that, as long as she gets everything she wants, she probably doesn't spend a whole lot of time talking to him or interacting with him unless she has to. Jasper is a cat. He's going to roam around. He's going to do what he wants to do, and then he's going to buck out. And then it's just DSP that fucking microphone and his fucking stream, and that's it. That's the only thing that he feels, that he has of value. Because he's already exposed to us all the problems with the Snort Fort. So that place is fucking, it's a flop house. So that doesn't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? And he has nothing really else of value. He has nothing. That's why he fights so hard for social acceptance and social relevancy. And then Keem doesn't even realize it. He's kind of exposed himself too in the fact that he had no backup plan if DSP said no to the money or said no to the business opportunity in general. He has nothing else to really offer DSP. So now he has to, quote unquote, look at his past to find something that can motivate him or navigate him his way. And even then, you can tell just by the way Keem is talking, it sounds like a fruitless endeavor. It's not worth it. It's really not worth the time and the effort and the money to make that happen. Despite who might be telling Keem whatever, it's not worth it. It's really not. You know what I'm saying? It's really not. Unless DSP comes to him behind the scenes with one of the many pathetic hats that he, with his fucking Nazi hat and his fucking hooves, and says, "Hey Keem, I could use some help." Unless that happens, and it won't, or it won't happen the way I'm saying it, he'll never be able to get DSP to the table. Because if he did go to Keem and make that happen, Keem's going to eventually tell people. Sooner than later. Even if DSP does everything that Keemstar wants him to do, Keem will eventually put that out there, because that's the type of person Keem is. He preys upon weakness. Just like DSP. They have a lot in common, if you will. Just one's far more successful and far more socially flexible than the other is. That's really the only things that kind of separate DSP and Keemstar, is success and social flexibility. A few other things too, but you get my drift. So the fact that you see Keem struggling to try to, to figure out a way to get DSP to come to the table shows you that he didn't actually have a plan of walking into this outside of the money, which is unfortunate, because you can't buy everybody. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't make DSP special. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't make DSP smart or even holding some type of fucking moral code. It's two people trying to play chess with each other, and DSP has already kneecapped and in some ways bisected himself. And Keem just doesn't feel like finishing him off. Not unless he can do it for profit.
Teeth on his streams. He's saying like, I don't have money to pay this and I don't have money to pay that. But really, obviously he's spending money on gambling and pets and alcohol and also their crazy stuff. I want to get to the real person and understand what is going on here. Is there a mental disorder? Is he actually a scammer? Is he sitting on thousands of dollars and people just don't know? I see somebody in the chat say touch grass. I would love to see him touch grass. Right. Imagine if you had a piece of content of Phil walking into the park talking about his life and his career. That would be amazing.
Just maybe going to the gym, doing some curls or something. That'd be good. Man, that's awesome.
Okay, before they move on to the next subject, this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to understand. DSP is not a fucking normal person. He is not. Jesus Christ, I would say anybody who follows him to any extent, myself included, aren't necessarily normal, to be honest with you. But DSP's not a normal person. So you can't address him as such, right? You can't approach him in such a way. You have to appeal to what his ego is. You know what I'm saying? You have to appeal to what his ego is. And like I said, I don't even blame Keem, to be honest with you, because yet again, Keem hasn't had any real interaction with him. He doesn't watch a lot of his shit. And then I would assume some of the people that were in Keem's ear, they probably didn't exactly give him everything that was... They didn't give him enough, I should say, for Keem to really make a decision that would be informative enough for him to actually approach the situation. And that's not even a slight against anybody. It's just... You're not going to know until you interact with the person yourself. That's really what it comes down to. You're just not going to know. Not everybody's going to be able to tell you that, and it's going to process for you. But the main issue was and is DSP's not a normal person, so you can't address him as such. It doesn't work that way. DSP is not logical, nor is he rational. You can't come at him like that. If you're going to throw money at him, right, the money's not going to be enough. He wants the respect that comes with that. And he's a Lolcow, which is what a Lolcow hungers more than money, is respect. To be looked at as a respectful person. To be looked at as an insightful person. That's not just somebody who exists to be milked for laughs. Something about it.
With Phil, one of the big things you mentioned, the 50K, we touched on this in the podcast with the Lolcow podcast with Wings, Boogie. I had Boogie on. I didn't actually get a chance to really talk to him about the 50K, but I'm sure he was pissed at the idea that, DSP kind of shot the whole thing down. Do you, I don't know, let's take a step back. Let's go back to this interview.
Well, no, let's not take a step back just yet. I think that's a great place to start. Going back to the whole thing about DSP's not a normal person, you have to look at let's look at the bigger picture. It wasn't just the fact that this is a thing between DSP and Keemstar. There was two other people involved. Who really could have used that money. Whether they squandered it or whatever the case may be on 20-year-old girlfriends and on more guns and whatever else they wanted to fucking get, more DoorDash or whatever the case may be, that's on them. But there was two other people who could have really used that money. $50,000 is not like winning millions and millions of dollars in the lottery, but that's the kind of life-changing money for some people. That can really, 50 grand can go a long way. You can really fix a lot of the damage that you may have caused yourself and or circumstances may have caused if you get $50,000. And DSP didn't give a shit. All DSP cared about was himself. And this goes back to something that I've always said, where DSP prays to himself for himself. In everything that he does. So the fact that, there was two other people out there, they could have used that support. That's not my problem. If that's Keem's fault. Because why didn't Keem just do the show with them anyway? He could have given them that money. He knew how desperate they were. DSP immediately pushed the blame on the Keem. Instead of looking at the fact that he was a factor in that equation. Now, is DSP going to lose sleep over that? No. Should he lose any sleep over it? No, to be honest. But he still does, he should acknowledge that there were two other people in play here. He should acknowledge that. But then again, that goes back to DSP's sense of control. I can control these idiots' finances by a mere utterance. Another $100,000, I'm sorry, could be dealt out to those guys? Well, I'm above those guys, and if I don't do this show, if I don't agree to this, I should say, the show don't move, and those guys are out 50 grand. Oh well. But DSP didn't mind doing a podcast with just the three of them without Keem's influence, thinking that, I'll just go ahead and siphon from their audiences anyway. You know what I'm saying? Even if I don't get a lot of money out of this situation, if I can pull a couple of their idiots over to my situation and possibly bleed them, then it'll all work out. And that's what DSP was going for later on when he said, I would be willing to deal with these two other guys, just not with you, Keem. Like I said, it's about ego. It is about ego. And he will sacrifice, and DSP will make sacrifices financially for it. Despite the fact that WWE Champion seems like a contradiction to it, because it's blatantly just pay to win. And in a lot of ways, if you think about it, that's how DSP is trying to treat Street Fighter 6. He's trying to treat it like a pay-to-win type aspect. Think about that. Let that float in your ramen for a little while, and then you might, and just think that over, and then maybe you'll see what I'm talking about. But DSP is used to being in a situation where he can exercise control and he can get over on people. That he can have the advantage over people. And that's what it comes down to. It's not about strictly just money. Because as long as DSP can have one person that he can bleed, whether publicly or behind the scenes, he'll make the rest of it work. He'll humiliate himself over and over and over again, begging, as long as he can have his way to make his way. Doesn't matter how treacherous or how uncomfortable that way is, as long as he is comfortable with how he does it, and he's comfortable with begging. That whole shit with Moist Critical and saying, "Oh, I need to really stop," and I do respect you guys and appreciate you guys. It's just, it's this thing that I've done. Whatever. Fuck all that. That's the way he's chosen to go about it. And DSP's done that his entire career. He didn't just wake up one day, ladies and gentlemen, and just start begging. It's always been a thing. It's always been a thing. There's very few times in that man's life, and I use the term man loosely, that he's ever done anything for himself. There's always somebody else's hand on his shoulder, on the throttle, or just doing it, or just doing the work outright. Like I said, he's not normal. You can't treat him as such. There's a reason why, even amongst Lolcows, DSP is handled the way he's handled.
Actually set up anything with his friends or family at this point?
Yes.
Care to elaborate?
I don't want to say more than that. Yes. But okay. Well, actually, I haven't mentioned this yet, but there is a little bit of a moral dilemma going on here. So Augie RFC, are you familiar with him? He's a streamer.
Mm-mm.
Augie RFC calls me on his stream the other day, and he's like, isn't this a little fucked up that you're going to interview his family and friends? Like, isn't that like kind of like doxing or intrusive? And I'm like, well, I'm a journalist. If I'm doing a documentary, you got to talk to people that know him. You got to get the story, da, da, da. And then like, so I'm dealing with this because it's like, I've always wanted to like protect content creators and their privacy, and the idea of like interviewing family members and friends seems so fucking icky to me. And so I've been like trying to figure out, is there another way to do it? Is there another way to capture it without being so intrusive? And at the end of the day, I always come back to, well, I need Phil to play ball. Like I need Phil to sign off and like actually be a part of this film. That is the only way it really works. So yeah, we have contacted some people. We have set up some stuff. We don't have shoot times or anything like that, but we have agreements to put together. I actually have to fly there to sit down with these people because I don't want to do any internet stuff. If I'm making a film, like I want to be there, just like the Wings and Boogie thing that I did.
Right. It's a good decision. Can I chime in on that? Because I don't think that there's, so from a journalistic standpoint, right, what you do is you exhaust your resources. You exhaust your resources to tell the best story you could possibly tell in the most objective way you can possibly do it, right? You've reached out to Phil. Phil doesn't want to be a part of it. So you're going to tell the best story you can tell through the assets that you have. If that's friends, if that's family, if it's the guy at the coffee shop who serves them every Tuesday, then you do that. I don't think there's any moral issue with that personally. I think that as a journalist, if that's the cap that you wear as a journalist cap, I think that is something that's part of the obligation, is to chase the story as best as you can until the story dries up.
100%. You're 100% right. But then there's this other element of like the YouTube community and YouTubers and how they look at that. And they would be like, that's fucked up. That's too intrusive. Like I wouldn't want some journalist interviewing my family members or, my significant others and neighbors and shit like that. That's just
basically
like
what Keem is saying is I don't want to fuck up future relationships with other people, because people will look at this Keemstar situation. If Keem was to do this and shit goes south, because he's already said, hey, if I'm going to do this documentary, he needs DSP to sign on. But truth be told, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because why would DSP not agree to this Lolcow podcast, but he would agree to a documentary be done about him? So that's not going to happen. So that means you have to cut DSP completely out of it and just tell his story through other people. Well, that's going to alienate. Not only is that never going to really fly well with DSP, but it might not fly well with other people that Keem's trying to do business with, other people that he's trying to do boxing matches with, or whatever you want to call that. But just other business arrangements. You got to understand that Keem has a pretty has a pretty diverse portfolio when it comes to interacting with YouTubers and what he does with them, right? It's not some superficial shit just to pull 100,000 on a channel and that's that. It's a little deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when you make decisions doing what you're doing, you have to understand there's going to be consequences. Those consequences may not hit you today. They may not hit you next month or the month after. But what you do or what some of the people around you do could affect you somewhere down the line. And you have to be able to explain that. And you're going to have to be able to own up to it. And Keem realizes that. Because there's a lot of doors, even the Keem in his position now, there are doors closed to him because he is... Sorry, it's not like I'm taking any joy in any of that, but because Keem has fucked over people down the line, and some of that shit has come back on him. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't want to alienate anybody else. YouTube and Drama Alert in itself is something that he just does. He doesn't need to do this anymore. Just between the money he's made plus investments and stuff down the line, his children's children should be fine. But he's easily bored. So he just does this to keep him busy. And if it probably stimulates new ideas and new things that he could do down the line, new people to work with. There are people coming up on YouTube all the time. But DSP, to some degree, is that he's not the Holy Grail. You could say he's the Moby Dick of Lolcows to try to string in. And it's kind of like a small arms race to see who can make that happen. Especially after the side-scroller interview, DSP was wounded. He still is, but he was wounded after that shit. So anybody almost anybody of stature could have came in and tried to make that happen. I mean, theoretically, you could say Mutahar did. Months down the line, with his $5,000 offer, and I don't think that happened or it didn't work out. If it did, I would assume it would have been out by now. But who could say? But that's really what it kind of comes down to. Keem is not going to try to fuck up future endeavors for Darksydephil. Phil has his interest right now, but tomorrow, the day after, the week after, the month after, someone else is going to catch his interest, or someone else is going to be building up a lot more buzz, and he'll just go to that. And that's what Keem does. You know what I'm saying? He chases. He's always on the chase. He's always on the hunt for the next big thing to talk about or be part of or whatever the case may be. You can't just... He's not going to waste his time on DSP. You know what I'm saying? Those who try to make DSP seem enticing or succulent from a Lolcow standpoint where he could be feasted on, that shit's going to get old if you can't even get DSP to the table. And like I said earlier on, he didn't have a real plan outside of the money. He didn't have really much else to offer him. Is that a flaw? It's a shortcoming, certainly. It's certainly a shortcoming, but it is what it is. When you're used to buying your enemies, then what makes Darksydephil any different? Even if he doesn't look at DSP as an enemy, he kind of treats him as such. And that goes back to the situation where money changes people for good and bad. And even if you're up, you know what I'm saying, you think you can throw some money at some people, and some people will hop or, do exactly what you want them to do when you want them to do it. But you're going to run into some people who don't. Do they deserve your respect for that? Maybe to some degree. You know what I mean? Maybe to some degree. But it's also a shortcoming on their part too. It shows a lack of flexibility on both ends. Or on both parts. So just something to think about.
A line to them. So it's this like weird thing that I've been juggling for the last couple days, to be honest.
Hey, if you enjoyed that clip, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Would greatly appreciate that so you can find more clips on the channel. And of course, come join us live Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time for our live Side Scrollers podcast. We would love to see you there.
Monetize the haters and all, I'm sure. Okay, so there's that segment. Good times all around, I'm sure. And now we start getting into the dirt a little bit. Okay, this is where things get a bit messy. So, here we get into our next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over here to Tommy C, FSTP. Tommy's being interviewed is being interviewed about the Lolcow podcast. This was from September 7th of 2023. Yet again, the link will be down in the description. Here we go.
Things aren't. There's a lot of changes happening on the channel, and I think they're positive. And they also have this thing, Lolcow podcast, that 7 years after baited, it may breathe a new life, bring some more people over here. I don't know. The haters I noticed for those two guys already hate it, but
not a very good sign. Oh, not a very good sign, because being that's who you're trying to attract to the situation anyway. That's who you're trying to bring to the dance, is that hater audience. And if you can't even get them to log on or to lock in or buy in, as DSP likes to call it, there's a problem off the rip. But like I said, Tommy, for all the nonsense that Tommy's been in over the years, and he's been in quite a bit, he's not going to be able to carry these two. He's not going to be able to carry Boogie. He's not going to be able to carry Wings. They're fucking Lolcows. I've heard Tommy be called a lot of shit, but I haven't necessarily heard him be called a Lolcow. But more importantly than that, Tommy has gone through the ringer over the years. He's gone through a lot. He's had a lot of slips and falls. He's had a lot of nonsense happen to him. It's more stress than what it's worth. So if you're Tommy, you're looking for whatever you can to try to boost your brand, not necessarily give a fuck about the Lolcow podcast as a whole. If you can boost your brand up, make a little bit of extra money, get yourself some extra attention, use some of Keemstar's resources to help yourself out, and the Lolcow and this iteration of the Lolcow podcast dies after 5 or 6 shows, hey, great. Who gives a shit? As long as you get the actual benefit from it. For something to be long term, I don't think so. Now, amongst Tommy's audience, it'll work, but Boogie's hate watchers, and maybe even his audience in general, and then Wings and his hate watchers, and then the few people that are honestly there for his content, they're not gonna go for it. It's not authentic. It's not gonna have the same type of punch or appeal that if DSP was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way the Lolcow podcast was structured makes sense and lives up to its namesake. Putting Tommy C there, he's automatically going to essentially put himself above them, because he's not really considered a Lolcow anyway. And just throwing random ridicule at those guys and making jokes at their expense isn't going to be funny, to be honest. And even their takes on whatever subject matter or whatever subject they decide to speak on, or topic they decide to speak on, I should say, it's not going to be funny. It's not going to, you know what I'm saying? The thing about 3 Lolcows is each one of them have their own way of looking at it, and in a lot of ways they think they're going to be right. And then you get to see the rotten milk or expired milk get flung at each other on who's right and who's wrong. Tommy's not going to have that approach, because Tommy's not familiar with any of those guys on that level, nor would he be able to handle it at that level. So anyway, just my thoughts. Let's continue.
Things aren't. There's a lot of changes happening on the channel, and I think they're positive. And they also have this thing, Lolcow podcast, that 7 years after baited, it may breathe a new life, bring some more people over here. I don't know. The haters I noticed for those two guys already hate it. But I recorded an episode last night. I don't know if Keem has accepted it or not yet. But I thought it was fucking amazing. And I thought it was really funny. At first I was worried I wasn't nasty enough. And I think I found I struck a nice balance. Because you can't be like a prick like the whole time, you know. But I can definitely listen to the haters and see what they want me to put them on the spot with, which I think I successfully did last night. And also had a pretty good time doing it. So,
and see, that right there already kills, at least for me. I'll speak only for myself on this. That automatically kills it for me. I want 3 Lolcows up there to be Lolcows and shit and just say stupid shit that comes to them naturally. I don't want someone to try to direct the flow of the expired milk. I just want to see the expired milk be flung. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. And that, like I said, that's what takes away the authenticity of this whole situation. it doesn't feel real. You know what I mean? And as you guys know with Wings of Redemption, he's a liar and he don't mind cheating. And he don't mind cheating if there's a paycheck behind it. Boogie's no different. So that in itself just makes it sound, or it will perceive by people to sound scripted or pre-planned, if you will. And that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want to shoot. You know what I'm saying? I want to shoot. I don't want something that's been predetermined. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to work.
I got to tell you, I think you guys are going to love it. I'm not as convinced that the haters will, but then we could adapt to that and maybe give them what they want. So it's... Shut up, Worm. I've been on a real podcast for years. You fucking jerk off. Wormio.
Amazing.
You weren't, well, I have the wrong fucking thing up. I forgot to put the a real podcast. What the fuck was this? Nothing to you? And I was really happy with it, and I think they were too. And by no means that I go easy on them or anything like that. But yeah, I think it's going to be great. I hope Keem likes it. I sent him a message. I know he's been really busy. I know he's got a lot of stuff going with that fighting, but I think he's I generally think he's going to motherfucking love it. And I think it only can get better. I think when it comes to Lolcow rambling, I probably have to spend some more time with the cows. I kind of mentioned that to him, and I think they agreed. So my first question needs to be answered. Why does the art of you look so much like DSP? I don't know that it isn't DSP. I did.
Yeah, honestly, I thought the exact same thing. I genuinely thought that
I don't
was
know.
you.
It's me. I don't know anything about it. I had nothing to do with that. I think what's weird is that like cow/poop that's above the cow that's on DSP left, right on his left shoulder. Right above the horn. I don't know. I keep looking at that, trying to figure out what the fuck that is. Is it poop? Is it dirt? Is it a cow?
It is funny that, let's say, hypothetical, Pignosis, our favorite game. Let's say that, hypothetically, this was supposed to be DSP. And this is supposed to be, like, 2 cows or Wings and Boogie. The fact that it's been repurposed to Tommy C, and that's if this whole thing pans out, it's kind of funny. It's kind of amusing in its own little way. To be honest with you. But at the same time, let's look a little deeper into this. And this is just me, obviously, seeing something that may not even be there. If this was originally meant for DSP, in a lot of ways, remember how I said earlier on that DSP wants to be looked at as an equal to Keem in this whole endeavor. Theoretically, this right here kind of would help Keem's case in saying that, hey, if you're willing to talk to me, and we could have a real conversation, I did try to make you an equal. Because remember, Keem said that DSP would be the host of the show, and then then you got the other 2. So theoretically, at least from that standpoint, you could say, well, you being a host, or at least you having that invisible title over your head, gives you at least a little bit of leeway. And it does and it don't. Because at the end of the day, Keem's going to always have the final say because it's his fucking show. He's the one that's putting the money behind it. And yet again, that goes back to something we've said, that DSP don't like other people having control over him. Even though he has little to no control over himself. Hence the reason why he's an addict, and all the problems that comes with. But I do think that's kind of funny. If this was originally meant for DSP, and it's being just, pushed over to Tommy C, does that make Tommy C a second-rate DSP? No. It just is a funny coincidence, to say the very least. That's really what it comes down to.
Is the image just, it looks just AI generated. But...
It is, from as far as I know. Yeah. It's like the in thing to do now. Also, DSP has 2 different color eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he does.
That's
weird.
Inconsistencies, he kind of suddenly see.
I know. First of all,
that's actually a very good catch. But secondly, that could right there, and this is me digging really deep, that really could stand for the fact that DSP's two-faced. Now, I'm not saying everybody who has 2 different color eyes are two-faced, but if we're applying this to DSP, that could really solidify or signify the fact that he is two-faced. He presents one side. He presents himself in one way, but he's really something else. And truth be told, in some of the great documentaries out there, or some of the really good thumbnails out there, you see DSP in kind of that shadow silhouette, where one part of his snout and that face is, you know, hidden by the shadows, and then the other part is just barely coming into light. And they're both hideous no matter what. But you get my drift. So, you know, even from the AI standpoint, maybe the artificial intelligence wanted to put something out there saying, you know, we're learning about this idiot, but he does seem a bit of an asshole. He seems a bit of a two-face. He is a frequent liar. Like, you know what I'm saying? He will habitually lie to you for no goddamn reason, and could signify a bit of untrustworthiness. But like I said, not to say that people who have two different color eyes, I should say, are two-faced. I'm just saying as it pertains to Darksydephil. But good catch on Tommy's part.
Yeah, let me say, I don't know if it's not DSP because he's not a part of the podcast. You know, sue his way back into solvency. Yeah, like I don't know what it is. I was told it was me. I was told it was DSP. I don't care. I think it's cool art. I think it's pretty cool. But I think it was cool, and you guys are gonna have a chance to call in, ask questions. I'm not gonna take, because I want conversation. I'm not gonna take any questions from chat. Maybe towards the end. Hey, NYT mom, how are you? Maybe towards the end. But yeah,
Wait. We're putting up fencing, fences, I should say, for fucking cow tipping. That's part of the show. That's legitimately part of the show that people, after every segment, if you will, right? Like, you could call in and you could be like, okay, this is what my thoughts on it. This is my thoughts on what you said. So, like, let me give you an example. So, like, whenever we get there with that, when Dspnews, the Snort Report, gets into, like, a live broadcast, right? I want, between segments, right, because there's usually 4 or 5 videos in each broadcast, I would like to get to the point where either we're going to the chat or we're pulling up a couple people that are on Discord and saying, and, you know, getting a chance, I don't know, each person getting like 30 seconds to speak their piece or speak their mind as it pertains to what was being said, getting some input. I don't know how many people yet. It depends. You know, like 4 or 5 people, I guess, you know, what, minute and a half or 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever the case may be. You can fit, you know, roughly 5 or 6 people in that time frame. And just to get some general feedback. You know what I mean? And that's really what's going to push the engagement. If you go ahead and do fence sitting or whatever the case may be, how many people are going to check out? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna lose a huge demographic of some of that feedback, I think, unless the people who are really willing to sit there through all of it. If not, you just wait for the clip channels and you just comment there. And then if you really fuck with the clip channels or the commentator channels heavily, you'll just give them a super thanks, or you'll go ahead and give them, a super chat or whatever while they're streaming or while they're restreaming it or whatever the case may be. You gotta be careful when you deal with Lolcows and how you choose to present them. If you want the show to be successful, people have to be able to. People have to have the illusion. No, not even the illusion. People need to have the option of being able to touch the cow, be able to reach out and touch the cow over that fence. And it's a matter of, do they choose to or not? So people need to have the option, need to know that they have the option of calling after every segment or sending a super chat or whatever and speaking their piece on it. If you try to completely shield the cows until the end of the show, if Wings, for example, or whoever decides to cut out early because he can't hang, or his Lexapro has ran out, or whatever the case may be, then that's a huge opportunity that you're losing. And for most people, they want to be able to talk about that shit right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Just like when people are watching a video, right? It's not uncommon for people to comment multiple times or whatever the case may be, and I welcome it. and whatnot, because some people don't want to wait until the end of the fucking video or the end of the broadcast or whatever. If something I've said has popped up, or if they heard something in the video, they want to know that they have the option to go ahead and type out something right then and there, and it not be, and they don't have to hold on to it. I mean, there's an edit button. You can always change. You can comment as many times as you like. It's not a matter of pandering. It's just you need to know that you have that option. I don't know anybody who's ever said to anybody, hey, you've commented under my video too many times, or you've given me too many super chats on this one subject. I don't think that's something that exists. But it might. YouTube's a big place.
That you call in and ask me questions. So Tyrone are going to do their best, and you can ask how to go. How did the Lolcow podcast come out? No, not that. I'm just letting you know that it's being worked on, and with me being on vacation and everything that else went, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about. But it got done. I think the first legitimate episode got done last night, and I think it'll be a hit. I really do. I hope it will be. It's kind of like my last shot, But it's really, how's the chemistry? Improved every time we speak. So we haven't spoken in like a month since I went on vacation, and I thought it was like night and day better. I was a little iffy. It was okay in spots. I thought we got a good. It's going to be like baited, I think. There'll be short podcasts, like 40, 45 minutes, an hour if they're amazing. I think that's all we're going for. So it's a quick listen. And I think that's good. So it's like jam-packed the whole time, right?
What do you think that the haters actually want out of like your role? Because a lot of people
they want to hate
on Twitter. Yeah, but I feel like they just want you to say like the most like awful stuff at them, which I don't think is really going to be the show.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to be like...
there's got to be a balance. They got to be a balance of it. I can't just tell them they're garbage can, but I can put them on the spot. I can put them on the spot. What I think they'll be surprised or hate is some of them handle it. I guess they handle it live a little better. Than they don't. But yeah, I brought up what are we? I brought up Syndicate when he threw a match. I said something like, I'm glad to be friends with somebody who actually threw a match in a video game. I'll give you a couple of hints, and I won't elaborate on this, but for some reason, Boogie starts talking about the assault that he experienced when he was a kid, just out of nowhere, completely nobody asked him, and it was out of place, and you can see how I handle that. That was kind of amusing to me.
Well, at least it wasn't on the kill stream this time.
Yes, it was with me. I think I'll know how to. I need more episodes. That's the thing. I need more. I want to do one next Wednesday too.
Just like about, I guess it's more like about like trying to get used to it.
He does trauma dump.
Getting used to each other.
Yeah, ideas. It also how far can I push them, because I can't push them so far, but they don't want to do it.
Yeah.
We also talked about like
fine balance.
Like Wings kind of agreed to play Apex with me in here, and maybe Apex and me, both three. That would be funny. All three of us playing Apex and me yelling at them. That would be great. I bet I could get Wings really hot, because Wings is actually a decent gamer,
They'll probably appear offline.
How funny would that be? You got Wings, the guy who's going to take it seriously. You got me. You have me, that's just in it for the lulz, and Boogie like, oh, we got killed again. It's okay. That would be.
You have to have Wings versus Boogie do a 1v1 on Bog. I think that has to happen.
Beaver, there you go. I mean, there's so much we can do with this. Here's another thing. I generally like being around them. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I enjoyed both times I enjoyed their company. I like everything. There's like some things that offline and private that I won't talk about, but anything that I think make the show better. I think it'll be good. So, but
to some degree, this might be what maybe for Tommy, I should say, and his audience in particular, this might be a good thing. If DSP was in Tommy's place, I need I'm gonna be honest with you because I'm an asshole. And I got no reason to fucking hold back. I need DSP to hold a level of resentment against those other two, against Boogie and Wings. I need him to somehow feel like he is superior to them, because that's really what's gonna make the show. You know what I'm saying? The whole buddy thing is all well and good and shit, or whatever therapy session that Boogie's trying to turn that shit into by talking about how his mother did, if true, some pretty horrendous shit to him, to be honest. I'm not sure if some of you guys have heard that shit, but you can find it. It's I mean, he's been pretty consistent with his story, for at least from what I've heard. It's some pretty horrible shit what his mother has done to him. Yeah, if DSP was there, the fact that DSP would try to separate himself from them, essentially, like try to lord over them, I should say, and try to act like he's better than them or whatever, or even try to somehow buddy with them on the show, only to try to make himself look good, because you're gonna see through that because DSP's pretty transparent. And then behind the scenes, him trying to build up some camaraderie. And you feel and you can see how awkward that would be, or how that translates onto the show itself. Like, it gets kind of deep if you think about it. If you, like, in the same way that Tommy's like, you know, hey, I've heard these guys have told me some stuff offline, and I don't want to talk about that. But also, I'm kind of enjoying their being around them and trying to get an understanding of them or whatever. I mean, yet again, for his position or where he's at, that is one thing. But the fact that he's not a Lolcow, so to speak, it just changes the dynamics. It's not what. I don't think it's gonna work. I think it may be amusing, or at least parts of it, but I don't think it's gonna work. And that, and with a show that's 45 minutes, maybe an hour, how much interaction are you really gonna get from the chat or calls after the fact? So is the show itself 45 minutes, and then you take, what, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of calls? Like, how does that work? So, I don't know. It just seems kind of, seems kind of strange. But I don't see it working. Like I said, Tommy will benefit from this. Amongst Tommy's audience, and he'll probably bring in some straddlers or whatnot. He should benefit from this if he plays it right. But it's not going to be what it could be. I'll say that.
I think what you said before, like the haters hating it, they're going to hate no matter what. I got plans for them. You know, to see how it goes. I got plans to game, and a lot of it's just going to really depend on Keem. I haven't spoken to Keem once since the whole thing happened, so I think he gets it, he likes it, and then maybe he'll want to talk to me, and then we can make the changes necessary to make it even more insane. And it was pretty insane. What's that?
Do you think there's any chance of one of them, a few episodes down the line, dropping out?
Yes.
And it would probably.
And why do you think it'll be Boogie? Yeah.
Yes, I think that'll be part of the fun. I think that'll be part of the fun. We talked about getting Chris Chan on.
I mean, good luck with that if you can peel him off his mother. What? So as it pertains to getting Keem to sign on, like I said, Keem's busy and whatnot, but I don't think Keem has too much faith in it anyway, to be honest. And as in, one of them may drop out, Boogie more than likely dropping out first, depending on how he gets felt up by that. Then the show's already dead in the water. Going back to what I said earlier on, the show's already dead in the water. If Tommy can get like 6 episodes out of them and get himself some pretty good momentum, and be able to get access to some of Keemstar's resources, then it pans out for him, but it doesn't pan out for the show at large. You know what I mean? When you have 3 people who believe they're on equal ground, if you got 2 people who believe they're on equal ground, and the third who believes that they're there but they're not, for various reasons, it could work. But like I said, Tommy's not going to be able to carry this. He shouldn't really be expected to. So, like I said, I'll let him continue speaking his piece, and then you guys can kind of make a decision as we go.
I have ways that I got some I got some ways to work that magic. You know, I think I could pull that off. I don't know why I haven't done it here, but I don't know. This show's a little more. This show's a more serious, I guess. I'm serious, not serious. Like, I'm not here to bullshit anybody, but I don't mind bullshitting somebody on that one. You know, it's literally Tommy C from beginning to end. You know what I mean? Whereas in this show, I'll break down. I was like, look, I'm gonna level with you. I'm not leveling with you over there. You know, this is my chance to do my character completely, I suppose. Cigar Tommy is based. Oh, I fucking love and vape, and it's not. I would went back. It's not. It's just too expensive now. $10 for one of these things. It's ridiculous. So I seal you something. You have any more, Vault? I think it would be great. I think you guys are gonna love it. I think you're gonna love them. I think I'm absolutely gonna love it. Like this video faster than DSP bugging. We talked about DSP a little bit, but we haven't. You know what it is? I think we need DSP. I think we need DSP, like really, like to respond to this before we can really get into it with him, because every DSP conversation was kind of short. It's more of like ha 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 ha, you know. But if it fails, then DSP will have something to. I'm really bad at explaining things. But yeah, I think there's a million things that you can go with it, and I think if you have one sort of non-Lolcow, but some people would say I am, that I think it makes it work that much greater. And I think, like, next time I got a plan, like I'm gonna go in, watch what they're doing that week, and make comments about what they're doing. We're also talking about other Lolcow wrangles.
You should already be doing that. As the non-Lolcow of that situation, you should be keeping up to what they're doing week to week leading up to the show. And if you find something that's funny, entertaining, something that you thought that was bothering them on one of the clip channels or whatever, you should bring that up. You should bring up the clip, right, from Lummox, Breaking, whoever you choose, and whatever. And you should be like, hey, you said this particular thing on this show, or on one of your streams. Would you like to? Can you explain that to me? Well, what was that about? Or hey, you say that you're still following Cheat for Wings. You're still following Cheese's stats on Rainbow Six Siege. Why? Why? He gave Cheese, as far as I understand, like, let me get myself in a Tommy C's position for a minute. You and Cheese had a falling out because Cheese wanted you to look at other tactics, and you didn't want to. You wanted to keep implementing the same tired shit that you've been doing and getting the same results. And Cheese wanted to win, and Cheese wants to get better. And he realizes that if your skill set isn't good enough, and Wings' skill set certainly is not good enough, then you got to change your tactics. You know what I'm saying? Your tactics need to complement what your skill set is and that of your team. You didn't want to listen to that. You guys had a falling out, whatever. Why are you still following this guy and trying to compare your stats to him? Why are you doing that? Does that not seem a bit ex-girlfriend crazy type shit? What are you doing, Wings? What's the problem? And have Wings try to explain that shit to you. And you know what I'm saying? And let Boogie go ahead and chime in on that shit. But that's something you should be doing. That's not something you should be just implementing. You know what I'm saying? There should be, when he sent his show initially to Keem, it should have had a bit of prep in it. Now, granted, I'm all about learning as you go and getting better over time. So, you know, it is what it is. But I wish he would have at least implemented that. You are with people who have already made an industry out of milking these people. If their whole fucking ecosystems around this bitch. You doing some prep work from show to show should be a thing. It's not going to encompass your whole life. It's, you know what I'm saying? You take 5 episodes of Lummox from show to show. You don't play it in the background and just kind of listen to it while you're doing other shit. And you make a small side note when you hear something that's funny or something that piques your interest, and keep it pushing. It's really that easy, and the show feeds itself. Because the one thing that a Lolcow has a problem with is explaining their Lolcow actions when they're confronted by it. Womp womp.
Getting Turkey Tom, getting like I mean I don't think it's a lose-lose situation one way or another. You know.
Sure.
I'm glad Keem chose you. You earned it. I like to think so too. After everything I've been through.
after all the struggle.
After all the struggle.
You keep saying how like the guests are going to be like lolcows, but
They don't have to be.
I could see like a PKA mega collab happening potentially.
That would be
with, like,
really
Wings
interesting
of
if that happens.
Redemption comes back, but with his own podcast.
PK's
And now he's like kind of slightly liked.
Is FPS Russia be there? You think? You think he'd be there?
I mean,
we could call it persons of interest. You know, that's what we call the podcast.
I don't know about all that, but the way Wings stays up in the PKA subreddit, and some of the shit because Bob said they don't pull no punches in that subreddit, by the way. But yet Wings kept trying to get kept getting his subreddits nuked, which is kind of bullshit. Anyway, I don't see them getting Kyle to sign on to that. Like every time there's talks of getting Wings back onto PKA, outside of the $10,000, of course, is allegedly Kyle just won't sign up onto it, and I can kind of understand that. To be honest with you, I can kind of understand that, and then at the same time, I'm also an advocate that he kind of need to let that shit go at this particular point. But then again, every time that you feel that way or you think that way, Wings does something only to reinforce Kyle's hesitation or trepidation in wanting to deal with him again. So yet again, it's kind of like Wings at the very least is constantly hurting himself, constantly. He is constantly kneecapping himself. It's pretty fucking hilarious.
That's the first thing I'd say to him.
Oh, wait, has Francis ever made an appearance?
Tommy
recording?
is a low manatee. I like that too. Thanks, Vito. But yeah, I think it's great. I do think I'm the perfect guy. I think I'm going to make it happen. And the only thing I'm, I guess, mildly worried about are the haters. Not like because like one guy said to me today, he's like, I don't laugh at these guys separate. Why would I laugh at them together? How could this possibly be good? And I've never heard of you. Like, I don't know, that I think that leaves room. Just that statement alone actually gives me kind of hope, because it leaves room for something brand new, something different, a new chapter. And I don't really think I'm going to convince, like, they don't e-beg, they don't do all the things that they're. I suppose they could. That would be funny. You know, and put something out there. But the real haters that I've noticed, and it's almost the same guys that used to hate like Tommy and NC and things of that nature. The real haters are the ones that really resent, and this is not just me or him or anybody else, anybody making a living online presenting their entertainment. They're all losers. They're all, I'm sure, like, Vito's in there. I'm sure Vito's producing comic books. He's doing stuff, and he's just an unemployed prick to them, even though he's, making money and doing big things. Like, you're never going to...
Oh, not that big. Well, the situation with Vito's getting smaller and smaller by the day. And that last blow-up he had with Masterson on that show, they had like 3 or 4 of the people on there or whatever. That shit didn't look good. And then Vito running around talking all that pedo shit. That shit gonna follow him. And people think that shit's funny or whatever the case may be. He's gonna have long-term consequences behind that shit, even amongst the LA scene, as crazy as that shit is. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, you could fuck with them, for sure.
Yeah, because I don't want someone like Wings. At least they're an illusion in their mind. At least if someone's doing it, it's not in their image someone like Wings of Redemption.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't even mind putting Vito on. Vito the pedo. Call me a Lolcow, man.
I think Vito would be great on it. Wasn't there that
Vito's
thing
great.
where
Vito is one of, like,
if Wings Boogie probably don't care, but if Wings is smart, he's not gonna want to be on that show. He's not going to want to be on the show with Vito on that bitch. Not all the allegations and crazy-ass fucking shit that Wings has said, especially when it comes to fucking young children and shit. He better not want to be up there with Vito. That better not happen on his part. And another thing, too, for someone who's had a chance to at least observe some of the things that go on in the Wings community, I don't really think those are people to be fucking with like that. That might not be the play. If you're trying to encourage them, if you will, for the lack of a better term, to at least try to give the show a chance, I guess that's one thing. But to sit there and think you can fuck with them or whatever, nah. I don't think that's the go. I don't think that's the play. That leads the problems. They are very much gloves off when the time comes over there. I don't know. Whatever. If it happens, it happens. But it's not something I would advocate for.
I really think Vito's like a super talent. I always think he's very funny. I think he's a left-wing wacko hack. But he's entitled to his fucking opinion. If you look at some of the stuff he's done, he's super, super talented, man. Super talented. And he's also, one thing I noticed about this podcast, it's gamer. It's gamer to the bone. You realize that gamers are a bunch of fucking losers, and putting them together is great. And I think that's what's going to make the Lolcow shine, because it's 3 40-year-old gamers.
When DSP originally dropped out, I thought like there was almost like I remember Vito wanting to be like the third host. I think.
Yeah, me and Vito kind of competed. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. So I think it's almost natural that he comes on.
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind putting him on for a guest. Absolutely not. I don't know if Keem's gonna like that, but I'd go for it. He's got my vote.
I don't think Keem would like that at all. I don't know if he likes Vito or not.
I don't know, but look, it's Keem's podcast at the end of the day. I work for him, and that's the way it goes. But I could talk to him. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I can see.
And do that on your own show then, because like I said, Keem's not gonna like the optics of that shit. He's not gonna like the optics of that at all. So that's definitely not gonna pan out. And then all that's gonna do is promote the Dick Show, and obviously Dick Masterson's gonna tell Vito to promote the shit out of it. Keem ain't gonna want that, or he ain't gonna like that very much. So I don't know. I don't see that shit getting past Keem, but for good reason. There's a good reason to keep Vito away from that shit. Vito has made quite the cesspool for himself. Let him sit in there and wallop in it. About to say, because he's put shit out there, especially on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck they call it now. But he's put some stuff out there into the internet, or onto the internet, I should say, that you don't joke. You can't joke like about shit like that. That's definitely not a thing. It's definitely not a thing. Not without consequences. You know what I'm saying? Not without consequences. There's a reason why Vito's stuck where he's at, and if he had all the talent that he says he has, he's not doing bigger things, or he can't get people to return phone calls, or whatever. Just saying. Just saying.
There's an angle. We could definitely make that happen.
You still haven't spoken to him since the podcast started, so I don't know about that one, buddy.
I don't know. Well, I guess I could give up right now, like you big fucking loser, or I could give it a shot, you fucking jackass. But I was after the first one, and I think it's just because we don't know each other, and I was like really happy after the second one. I have to have some kind of relationship. I have a relationship with you. I'm getting to know Tyrone. Some people are going to click quicker than others, but I think I think there's something very viable here. Wings seem to agree with me. I particularly get along with Wings, and I have to say just how professionally he's been through the whole thing. He's always more so than me, because I had a lot of stuff with the vacation and everything else going on, and hard issues and everything else. But Wings is reasonable. He's ready to go, and he's like, take time. Like when I had the hard thing, take time off. The fucking vacation, don't worry about it. But yeah, I think I made it. I think I not only did I convince myself, I think I convinced them. No, it's a really good sign, Toxic.
But the thing is about Wings is he doesn't have any other options. He has what you're presenting, what this podcast quote unquote represents theoretically, is something that he's kind of already doing and failing at. Now he just gets to be carried. Get that? He gets to be carried by other people. You know what I'm saying? Look at Rainbow. Look at Rainbow Six Siege. He was back when he was at Diamond and Liquid Richard was out there putting bangers and shit like that out there. He was being carried the entire time, but he could still somewhat perform, if you will. Wings don't have none of that in him now. So Wings doesn't have a reason not to be reasonable. I was going to say submissive, but he has no reason not to be agreeable or reasonable at this point, because it's the same shit that he's already doing and he's failing at. And he wants help. He wants help, but he knows he's a toxic commodity. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he doesn't mind Keem making money off him, despite the fact, if you know the history between Keem and fucking Wings, it's old. First off, it's a very, very old situation, and it's ugly. You know what I'm saying? Theoretically, Drama Alert exists because of Wings. It was built off of Wings' back, just like PKA was. Drama Alert was literally built off Wings' back because it used to be all on Twitter. You guys, I'm preaching to the audience or to the choir here. You guys know what it is. But like, it started out, Drama Alert started off as some online shit, and then Keem started doing it in real life, and the thing that really boosted it, really elevated it, was the situation between Wings of Redemption and White Boy 7th Street, and Keem was on there with Only Use Me Blade. I think there was a couple other people there too, and they were talking about the money situation, and they were saying, White Boy 7th Street was like, "Yo, you're basically, you're kind of suicide baiting, but you're also doing all this shit for views, and it's kind of bullshit." And Wings was threatening to basically put out what White Boy 7th Street was making because they had a similar contract, or at least he said they did. And it was an entire mess. And back then they were trying to talk, it was like trying to talk Wings off the cliff. Like, hey, things can get better. You need to just calm the fuck down, and maybe you need to take some time off from it. I can't, man. It's all about this money. I need this, that, and the third. Because Wings was paying for all these worthless bitches that don't mean shit, his mother included, by the way, and he wasn't managing his money properly. He wasn't handling himself well. He went from doing like 2 videos a day to doing like fucking 5. And amongst Call of Duty standards, especially back in those days, that's a lot. That's a lot. And he eventually ran out of fucking subject matter because he had nothing else to talk about, because he was overexerting himself every goddamn day. You know what I mean? So anyway, under the circumstances, Wings has nothing else. If this shit don't work, then he goes back to the fucked up situation that he's already in. He has no reason not to try to be agreeable. He has no reason not to understand where you're coming from and willing to have you take time off. What does he have to lose that he hasn't already lost? That's all I'm saying.
Fantastic sign. And, we talked about some of the drama. We talked about, as the Boogie brilliantly pointed out, because we have to talk about other people in the herd. We were talking about other Lolcows. It was a great internet show, man. It's really like, I've been concentrating, I don't know how well it's been doing, on classic drama a little bit this week because it's been a little thin. And, not drawn like I used to. There's not big controversies out there. I've always been very controversy heavy. And also here's another fucking problem. I haven't been streaming as much as I used to. I really think there's something viable about there without talking about some fucking loser in Discord that may or may not have fucking had a possession of Lolly at some point. I think that's freaking great. I'm feeling really good about a lot of things. Why is Movie not hosting the Lolcow podcast? I don't know. maybe he didn't.
Keem fucking him on at one point.
Yeah, Keem. I don't think Keem is friends with Blade anymore.
I think he is. Isn't he? I don't know. I think he's best friend.
No, not anymore.
Get that bold, angry British guy who was young at Starfield. I think that would.
That could.
No one knows who that guy is. I think if you get people who are just.
I think I also think it's got viability for outside the normal sort of hate. I think it's two types of like Wings and Boogie fans. Ones that actually wish him harm and actually hate him and would be willing to call in a bomb threat. And the people that, like me, like I love those old Wings videos. I don't feel one way.
Going to be probably most of the audience.
Well, I don't feel one way or another about it.
Sure.
I just thought it was funny. Tommy, the audio sounds scuffed. I don't know why Tyrone isn't answering his DMs. Good day. Go fuck you. Does the audio really sound scuffed?
I have been DM'd.
Oh, fuck. Is it really scuffed? I don't know.
I don't know, but if Core was...
Let me hear. Hey, everybody shut up for a second. Both of you guys shut up for a second.
I don't know, but if Core was...
the audio's fine, Tommy.
Okay, good.
That's probably JFA.
It's JFA, dude. You fell for JFA.
No, but we were doing audio stuff before you got on. So
I know. I know.
Oh, God, I really got to stop. I'm glad Tommy is joining the podcast. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about gaming again. I'm feeling good about streaming again. I'm just I'm ready to do some stuff, and if I ever get around to it, what I want to do is wake up every morning, work a little bit, and do whatever I got to do with my kids and everything else. Go to soccer practice, come back, and do the show, and that's the plan.
Fuck you, JFA.
Again, Sundays are going. I really kind of got to make a sad announcement. I don't know how much we're going to see of Jeff going forward, because that was really his only day left to do it. He's going to have to kind of come in and volunteer if he ever wants to sneak his way on again, because
to a way less extent.
I don't think DSP would work on the podcast, and here's why. And I'm not just saying this because I kind of got the job by default. I think it might work if all three of us were there, like me plus them. The one thing, it's a good or bad thing.
I'm sorry, I got to cut in on that. How do you figure that would work if you think Boogie's going to end up getting run off after like a few episodes? So why do you think DSP would? DSP is definitely not going to let you just toss shit up in his face without literally putting you into like a word vortex on explanations on why he's at where he's at, which will start and end with his detractors being at fault. So that's not going to pan. And then if you just keep going at him, he's just going to clam up and then he's just going to stop. So that wouldn't work. So no, let's not go ahead and have this have this disillusion that if Tommy and DSP were on the show would work. That's not the case. Not the case at all. Now, keep in mind, I don't think the Lolcow podcast with DSP on it would have lasted very long anyway. But it would have been the great milketing, if you will, the great milketing of like 2023, maybe 2024, depending on when they started and when it ends. But no, it's not going to work with both of you. That's just not going to happen at all.
Boogie and Wings are kind of self-aware. Not always. It fades in and out, right? But DSP is much dumber than they are. I mean, DSP is a painfully stupid human being, and I don't think it would work because DSP lives in DSP land, where DSP is a big time influencer, and all these people that make these criticisms of him are just like the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
or like they're not legitimate.
He's on a complete retard landscape.
Right, he's on those
weekly clips from the streams you get where it's like,
pay me money, you owe me money.
Yeah,
like just on a weekly basis.
Well, and then he guilt trips his audience by saying, I don't take ads, I don't take sponsorships, I do this for you.
No, you don't get sponsorships.
Right, no shit. Yeah, basically.
Right.
But he tries to promote it as I'm being virtuous and wonderful to my audience.
Did he take a sponsorship one time and completely fuck it up because someone?
Yes.
Okay, you can't. Let's be real. You can't. You're throwing stones from a glass house there. You can't do that.
No, I can't go get sponsors either. But I don't think. I
didn't get a sponsor. Remember, you're also one sponsor not going well either. So
I got paid.
Yeah, there's the difference. Tommy got paid. DSP got fucking.
I got paid, and I didn't dump my whole caer on a troll that said he got a better offer.
You know what? If you stuck with that sponsor, you probably would have, considering it was doxing people.
Yeah.
But thankfully, they went out of business anyway because it was a terrible idea. So.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you would have had Tommy walking around on fucking Dive, doxing all the fans.
Great.
Fuck Drew. So yeah, that's all well and good. Does anybody want to call in? Anybody got any extra questions or anything like that? We're only.
Oh shit, that's a piece of lore that I actually kind of forgot about. That's funny, but it worked out for Tommy in the end because the guy who was doing all the doxing ended up going out of business either which way. Funny stuff to be had. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, good luck to Tommy and Wings and Boogie if it happens. If we'll see how I feel because we still got 3 more videos left. So we'll see if I still feel the same way about that. Give me a minute to go ahead and transition, and I will see you guys for our next. I'll see you guys for our next clip. Here we go.
It is 8 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, yeah. Shickle Goblin, you're fat. Thank you, dude. Hey, Joe, I heard you guys recorded an episode of Lolcow. Any insight when it's going to come out?
Sorry, I came into that a little earlier than I meant to. Okay, we're here with Breaking Banquet. Holy shit, I came into that a little earlier than I wanted to. So, Wings of Redemption gets fired from his podcast after 2 episodes. This is from September 15th of 2023. The link will be down in the description. This is essentially what got me started with this whole situation in the first place. Now, I want to go ahead and put out say this right now. We're going through the Breaking Banquet segment first, and then we're going to go to Lummox. He says 2 different things on the same goddamn podcast, or on the same stream, so please keep that in mind. He literally says 2 different things about this podcast, and both of these guys caught the individual, or isolated each one, so it's pretty fucking funny, and just good timing on their parts. Okay, here we go.
It is 8 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, yeah. Shekel Goblin, you're fat. Thank you, dude. Hey, Joe, I heard you guys recorded an episode of Lolcow. Any insight on when it's going to come out? There's stuff happening with the Lolcow podcast that isn't good, and I don't know. I don't want to overspeak before it happens. But, like, it looks like it's falling apart right now. But we have done 2 episodes. And
now, let me add a caveat to this. Or should I wait until the Lummox one? Actually, I'll wait. I'll wait on that. Let's just continue with this.
Else will release those 2 episodes. Dixie, $50 for a mass unban right now. I'm ready. No, I'm not. I'm not doing any mass unbans, dude. Dude, I understand you're offering me $50, but like the problem is with mass unbans, it puts too much strain on my moderators. Too many accounts come back that shouldn't come back. Robert, you donated $2. Said I actually work for Nissan. You
might come from your left baddest.
Gotcha, bro.
Vigil.
Can you call again?
No.
Give me a second.
Hallway.
Ah, fuck, I should have had that, bro.
Holy shit. Holy shit, excuse me. Oh boy. I imagine that right there is how Wings would sound if he walked in on Kelly and the Shoe Baron. So good.
Hallway.
Ah, fuck, I should have had that, bro.
Dude, I done banned Bojangles, but it's so hard to unban on YouTube, and I don't know why. I literally have to go through thousands of names one by one to try to find him, and the fact that he's made 14 damn names with the name Bojangles means that I'd have to unban every single one of them, and that's hard to do. I'm not banned on Twitch. I got my partnership removed.
We need to locate a bomb.
Is there no way to get it back?
No, they removed me, Phil, and almost every other Lolcow around the same time because they didn't want the Lolcows on their platform no more because people got tired of amassing resources to dealing with the claims from like random people. You want a mass unban? $1,000.
Jesus.
I'll mass unban for $1,000.
But what about 250?
No.
10 seconds to insertion.
If you
exactly. What about that 250? 250?
How many people are like mass unbanned or mass banned?
Make your way to its location.
Thousands.
And defuse it.
Jesus.
That's basically $1 a ban.
Jesus, man.
I bet most of those are
bots. bots.
Like same person.
Same person, yeah.
Accounts.
Trying to find this guy.
Oh boy. Big ups to the Breaking Banquet. Holy shit. Woo, shit. For that one soundbite, it was all worth it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the second part of it, where we catch what Lummox caught as it pertains to the whole Lolcow podcast thing. So, let's begin.
Like, I'm ready to get off the game, but like I haven't made my donation goal yet. That's the only thing that's getting me in this game right now. So frustrating.
Yeah, Siege can be the best game when you're winning.
I need to make another $40. It's 130 a day. I need positive game. I'm currently like fucking. I'm 11 and fucking 22 for the day. Well, 13 and 25 or some shit like that right now. Need positive games.
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
It's pointless. I don't even like
What? As it stands right now, Keemstar has abandoned the project because he doesn't like our current manager of the project.
Now, keep in mind what he said originally. Shit was falling apart. He didn't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't looking good. Now all of a sudden we get this manager talk. Hold on, I want to go back to that. I want to go that'll work just fine. But I want to go back to where to him squealing like a pig for a second there.
pointless. I don't even like
What? As it stands right now, Keemstar has abandoned the project because he doesn't like our current manager of the project. We've done 2 episodes. We don't know if the thing's going to continue because we can't use the Lolcow podcast without having some type of like probably
no
like court dispute with it.
I was trying to get that and then I died.
There's your update.
Okay, so like I said, that's obviously in stark contrast to what we were told originally. Now, a couple things. So, Wings says there's 2 episodes that have been recorded. Okay? Not sure if they're going to come out. Tommy says he recorded an episode with the 2 of them, and he's waiting for Keem's approval. Now, here's where the Boogie part comes in. Boogie has 2 podcasts. Don't know if they're the Lolcow podcasts or not. But he has 2 podcasts that are like paywalled over there on like Patreon or however he collected donations to do this. There's a problem though. The money's been paid, but he says that the first one was being edited, but that editor had to move on to another project, so they didn't finish. And the second one hasn't even been touched yet. So these 2 episodes of the Lolcow podcast that are recorded that are kind of out there in limbo because things are falling apart behind the scenes and he can't really speak on it, or supposedly Keem is having problems with the manager, the person who's managing their current project, or whatever the case may be, and whatever legal disputes down the line, whatever the case may be. Was Boogie supposed to have one of his guys edit those first 2 episodes, and he had dropped the ball, paywalled that shit, and now he's fucked? Or does Keem actually have the 2 episodes and he just doesn't like what is being, he doesn't want to put it out because if it does poorly, whatever investments behind it is not going to be a thing. Boogie and Wings seem to be hard up for cash right now. So have either one of them gotten a cash advancement yet? Or was it always determined, or was it always dependent on how the pilot episode goes and whether Keem, feels like it, after Keem witnesses it or sees it, I should say. Does he feel like it'd be worthwhile to put it out? There's a lot of variables on the line here. A lot of variables. So there's a reason why I've kind of constructed this the way I did and presented it to you the way I did. So you guys can kind of see some of this shit. And with Wings especially, Wings is a liar, obviously. But also, I don't see a lot of people telling Wings everything that's going on. So, Wings could be literally shooting in the dark. He may not know. And the fact that on the same podcast, same stream, he said 2 separate things makes me wonder as well, but that's neither here nor there.
Twitch.
I'm not banned on Twitch. I got my partnership removed.
We need to locate a bomb.
Is there no way to get it back?
No, they removed me, Phil, and almost every other Lolcow around the same time because they didn't want the Lolcows on the platform no more because people got tired of amassing resources to dealing with the claims from like random people. You want to
That's
mass
another thing
ban
too. I've been meaning to, especially for Wings. I don't see why he doesn't just dual stream. To be honest with you, he's got nothing to lose. You know what I'm saying? He's got literally nothing to lose as it pertains to YouTube. YouTube is not doing much for him anyway. He can collect his super chats or whatever, but none of that affects Twitch. And Twitch is where he could possibly, if he might be motivated to take Rainbow Six seriously if he was playing over there on Twitch, but he's just not going to have any of the protection that a Twitch partnership would have afforded him. But at the same time, an affiliate, well, truth be told, I think he's applied for affiliate just like DSP has, and I think he's just been denied. Now, as of recent, excuse me, the CEO of Twitch says that they were willing to give some people, the article should have said some people, a chance to come back to the Twitch platform and they would be given amnesty. But because there have been some pretty controversial names who tried to go back and Twitch still won't let them. But I think because DSP and Wings weren't banned from the site, they were just banned from the monetization part of it. I think they both should try to reapply. Maybe they have, and maybe they got turned down. Who can say? But just for Wings to expand his reach, there's no reason why he shouldn't be dual streaming. He's got nothing to lose either which way, except for maybe lose the Twitch channel altogether, but it's not worth a damn anyway if he's not using it. So who gives a shit? But that's neither here nor there.
Jesus.
I'll mess him bad for $1,000.
But what about 250?
No.
10 seconds to insertion.
If you
No.
actually paid.
How many fucking how many people are like mass unbanned or mass
Located a
banned?
bomb. Make your way to its location
Thousands.
and defuse it.
Jesus.
That's basically $1 a ban. That person, like the Christ guy, go ahead and ban him because he said he would donate if I gave an update on the Lolcow podcast. He hasn't done it yet, so go ahead and ban him.
He's good.
He's good. If I had the SMG-11, Black Ice, bro, it would be complete.
Oh my lord!
You know what's been amusing to me, and it continues to do so, is watching Lolcows, watching other Lolcows, I should say, try to adapt, or adopt DSP's tactics, and try to use it for themselves. Just like it's fascinating trying to watch DSP adopt some of low tier gods tactics and try to use it on his audience too. It's really strange how that happens and how that comes about. But more importantly, it proves that Lolcows watch other Lolcows. They really do. Like Rich is obviously one of the best examples of that because Rich has been chasing DSP's tactics for years. And he's openly admitted he couldn't wrap his mind around how DSP could get away with it, how he could tell people blatant lies over and over and over again, and people still shower him with money and all this other shit. So it's really a sight to behold, to be honest. And watching Wings trying to adapt it and keep moving forward with it is pretty hilarious. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually here for our main event because this is going to be the longest segment of it. We are here. Let's see here. I didn't read out the Lummox one. My bad. Lummox was the Lummox segment that you guys just watched was Wings of Redemption. Is $800 behind this month. Kelly's mad at him, and then Lolcow podcast canceled. Like I said, the link to the original video will be down in the description. Big ups. All right. Last but certainly not least, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with a segment from the side scroll interview. Keemstar on his frustration with Darksydephil. Yeah, I guess that's what that is. I might have mixed them up. You don't know. I don't know. You know. I'm prone to do shit like that. Either way, we're gonna take a segment from the side scroller podcast where they're talking to DSP. They bring Keem on, and that right there. We'll cut that up a little bit and give you guys some of the thought process that these guys are going through in real time, and we can laugh at that. And that'll essentially be the end of our broadcast. And then once I finish with that whole saga, to be honest with you, then you might remember this part, you might not. Time will tell. But here we go.
Had an opportunity with Keemstar and Drama Alert to go on there for $50,000 was being offered to you to go on this podcast, right? $50K. Why not do that? Like that's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably $30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your.
Okay, yeah, I think I did actually mix them up, the titles. My fault, but you guys know what I meant. All right, so yet again, Side Scroller Podcast. Watching Stuttering Craig and Adam essentially drive their heads into the wall on why DSP couldn't just take the money. Just take the money. So that should be funny. Here we go.
Had an opportunity with Keemstar and Drama Alert to go on there for $50,000 was being offered to you to go on this podcast, right? $50K. Why not do that? Like that's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably $30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your podcast, and that would clear up so much of your financial burden.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Keemstar story. Here we go.
Well, no, just answer that question. I don't want to hear the story. I just want to know, like, why would you not take $50K?
Because that's not what happened. You
remember this. Remember this. Hey, why wouldn't you just take the $50K? Because it didn't happen that way. That's not how the story was told. Remember this part. Remember this moment. Holy shit. Woo! Remember this moment.
That's not true. I have to tell you what actually happened.
Please.
So there's a history with Keemstar where, over the years, this guy's a horrible reputation on YouTube. Everyone knows it. I'm not going to crap on the guy here, but just go look on YouTube. You'll find out all about him and the things he said and did to people and things over the internet. I've had a little bit of history with him, little bit, but not a lot, and basically he had been pretty nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. What it is people will ask me something on a stream. What do you think of Keemstar? And I'll be like, it's not just Keemstar. It's a lot of guys. I don't like these drama YouTubers. I call them misery brokers. Okay. Mm-hmm. What they do is if you have a bad day, they're having a good one because you had a bad day. What kind of content is that? To me, I feel that's the worst kind of content. You're benefiting from someone else's personal drama and misery.
Wait a second. Didn't we do a reaction to 9/11 on DSP React? Wasn't that a thing? And that video's monetized, right? And or you collected money on that, right? Okay, I'm just wondering because that's a lot of people who had a really fucking bad day. That was a lot of people who didn't have a next day. But you want to get on Keem about whatever, whatever.
One of those people in my eyes. You can disagree. That's okay. That's what I think of the guy. Okay, so I said this one day casually. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. So we have a little bit of bad blood there. Okay. All of a sudden, it was last year. Okay, unbeknownst to me, people start telling me Phil Keemstar is trying to contact you. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I have a public. Craig knows. Craig emailed me. Right? I have a public email. If you want to talk to me, contact me. Let's talk. Let's figure out. It's a business relationship. No email, nothing. Okay, he's sitting on his Twitter and he's making public tweets. Someone tell Darksydephil I want to talk to him right now. Contact him. Tell him I need to talk to him. There's $50,000 on the table, and he needs to contact me right now. First of all, is that how you start a business relationship? Is you scream on your Twitter to have someone come talk to you? If he has something to offer me, should he not contact me? So I only know about this because people come to my stream.
First off, he couldn't contact you through the normal means. Oh, fucking email. Let's take that out the mix for a minute. Because who the fuck is emailing other people when you're trying to offer people money like that? Don't be wrong, I have correspondence with a lot of people by email. So that's different in the fact that they're not offering 50 grand and I'm not offering them 50 grand. So Twitter is your next best thing. But didn't DSP have Keemstar blocked on Twitter at this particular point? So outside of getting other people on Twitter to reach out to DSP, the only way he'd be able to do it was go to DSP's stream. And I don't know, I can't remember, if DSP had Keemstar blocked on YouTube as well, where the dude couldn't come to his streams and talk. And then filtering everybody through an email is kind of shitty, because DSP has a spam folder that's constantly full, and he deletes that shit on the regular basis. He'll make the same person email him like 3 times until he actually goes and looks for it. Other than that, all those other emails essentially fell into the ether. Just like how, back in the day, when people tried to send DSP fan mail, and DSP used to blatantly throw that shit away and then lie to people and say, oh, I didn't get it. You need to check what's going on at your post office. You need to do that. And then DSP would admit later on, oh, well, if I didn't recognize the name, or if I didn't, recognize the country or whatever, I just tossed it. I just threw it away. This was back in Connecticut. Who knows what kind of quote-unquote fan stuff that was sent to him over the last few years while he's been in Washington, and he also threw it away because he may have actually talked to the person about, hey, look out for this. But if it wasn't a high-value product, or if DSP just blatantly forgot because it didn't catch his interest, that shit probably got thrown away too. He's someone who will blatantly waste your time and your money if it doesn't fit into his convenience. So fucking email. So it made sense that Keem would reach out to him on Twitter. It was probably the best way to do it. And matter of fact, doesn't DSP tell us, oh, I only use Twitter for my business anyway? So he came to you at one of the places of your business, and he tried to talk to you, but he couldn't, because I'm pretty sure he was blocked at that time. So Keem, using his platform, reached out to other people to reach out to you. This is simple mathematics. But DSP wants a fucking email. So what? So he can ignore that and let that shit go to spam, and then basically waste even more of Keem's time? Which, to be honest, I think that was the whole point of this in the first place, to some degree, was DSP wanted to waste Keem's time. Because if the offer was more covert, no one knew how much money it was going to be, no one knew the particulars, who's to say what DSP would have agreed to or not agreed to? But because it was public, and it was 50 grand, DSP's like, oh, you're going to fuck me over by making me look like an idiot and not letting me get over on my audience? Because trust me, DSP, if he could, would definitely take the money and not tell people how much the money was, or how much money was there, I should say, or anything like that. He certainly would try to pull that if he could. But since he can't, now we're going to be a bitch about it. Now we're going to go ahead and be an asshole about it. I'm going to waste time. You want an example of that? I can give you one. Look at fucking no further than Review Tech USA, or Rich from Review Tech USA, when he tried to offer DSP the one of his older PCs, which is still a very good PC, to be honest with you. It's very viable. And look at what happened with that. DSP is trying to finesse his audience to buying him a $3,000 PC. Rich comes out publicly and says, hey, I got a brand spanking new PC. I'll send it right to you. All you gotta do is pay for shipping. DSP gets fucking butthurt about it, talking about, oh, why couldn't you just reach out to me publicly about it? And then just turns it down, giving the excuse or the caveat that I don't want to feel like I owe Rich anything, so I'm not going to do it. And then still didn't get the $3,000 PC that he was actually begging for. Imagine that.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I think that in a traditional environment, no, that's not how you start a relationship. When you deal in the space that Keemstar does, and kind of the drama, like look at me space, yes, that is how you would start it. Because you throw out $50,000 on Twitter, people go, whoa, I want to get this attached. So is traditionally no, but we're not dealing with Coca-Cola, we're dealing with Keemstar, right? And that's what he does for a living. So he wants to put eyes on his product and drive interest. So I would say, yeah, he did do it the right way in his world, in his interest.
It's the same thing as the people making this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to make content, and it works. So Keem did it, and you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfully. If he actually wants to get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you, but you know, he's basically using you. It's like the right thing.
Okay, but from a content creator sort of way, this is just one way of looking at it, of course. Going back to my original point, if Keem wasn't blocked on Twitter, then they could have DM'd each other, had a conversation there, and then that could have expanded, right? They could have expanded their reach or their ways of reaching out to each other, whether by text, phone, Discord, whatever the case may be, and then build from there. But DSP was basically roadblocking it from the beginning, and he did it on purpose, clearly. Because let's be honest, if it wasn't Stuttering Craig, if it wasn't who else was Moist Critical, if it wasn't someone that DSP wanted to actually speak to, they would have been roadblocked too. I'm surprised Mutahar even was able to get a hold of him, $5,000 or not. I'm surprised that was something that happened, because I swore Mutahar had said that he thought DSP had blocked him on Twitter too, which I wouldn't be surprised. I think DSP, because even if you're not following detractors on Twitter, if you like a comment, if you will, or a tweet or an X or whatever the fuck they call it now, if you like something that was on Twitter that's detractor related, DSP can block you. To be honest, you see that a lot in like the drama communities and shit. When they're beefing with each other, they'll just start doing mass bans or mass blocking of people because they're associated with other content creators. Yada yada.
Him back.
Right. And if there's right, and if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's going to make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden?
Oh shit! Oh, well done, Craig. Well done. There's no way he's going to make $50,000 back doing an interview with you. So why just take the money? Well played, Craig. Well played. Well played.
Do it the right way in his world, in his interest.
It's the same thing as the people making this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to make content, and it works. So Keem did it, and you know, you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfully. You know, you if he actually wants to get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you, but you know, he's basically using you. It's like the right thing would be is to use him back.
Right.
Instead of getting all upset.
Right. And if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's going to make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden?
Okay.
Or even if it's 10 grand, even if it's 5 grand, even if it's $1,000, like, why not just be like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure.
Okay, let's continue because this isn't what happened actually.
Please.
It wasn't an interview.
So explain that part, because I just want to know about that. Like you said, that's not what happened. So what did happen?
Correct. So eventually, I had to DM him on Twitter to even get his attention because he wouldn't contact me. You know, I learned it from drama on my stream. Everyone's drawn up drama on my stream. Keem wants to talk to you. So I DM him, and he's like, "Call me right now." I was like, "I can't. You know, just tell me what is this about? You know, I'm streaming. I'm busy. Just let me know what this is about." So I'm serious. I had to go back and forth with this guy so many times for him to just tell me in a DM, what I'm interested in is I want to do a show with you. I want you to host a show.
Now wait. I'm sorry. I need to cut in because let's give some caveats to this bullshit here. DSP knew what Keem wanted because Boogie had already reached out to DSP and let him know what Keem's intentions were, right? So DSP knew what the situation was. Or at least he was primed, I should say. That's the term. He was actually primed for what Keem was wanting to speak to him about. And yet we still play ignorant and act like we're the victim. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck this fucking psychopath Keemstar wants to be, man. I don't know why he keeps harassing me. And yet again, he didn't open himself up to actually speak to Keem. He's still basically gatekeeping his goutiness just for that, or just on that, I should say. So keep that in mind.
You for 2 hours. This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, "But I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call." I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay. I wait. The call never comes. It's been like 2 days. The call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like,
okay, wait. So someone makes an offer to you. You sit around for 2 days, 3 days, whatever you said it was. You never thought about reaching out to him and finding out what's what? You never thought about necessarily doing that, especially given that amount of money? Okay. This goes back to DSP wanting to be catered to.
I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available, right? So at that point, I'm like, let me figure out what this is. And I talked to my wife about it. And we sat down. I was like, sounds to me like he wants me involved in a project. I don't know what it is.
And then here's one of the many times where DSP brings out the horse shield. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to run every big or potentially big opportunity through Kat. You know what I'm saying? Can't get her on stream for anything. Can't allow her to stream or make content on her own channels. But if a big money opportunity comes up, I gotta go speak to my wife real quick. I gotta find out what she thinks about the situation. Get the fuck out of here. That's disgusting. And no one can't tell me. Okay, you can't tell me nothing. That DSP that whole marriage is just yet again a marriage of convenience. She's nothing more than a shield, window curtains or window dressing, a beard. She serves no real purpose. It's not a marriage. They're just roommates, and that's all it's ever been. It's all it's ever ever will be. You know what I'm saying? That's all it ever will be. Because he never brings her up in a meaningful sort of way. Not unless he's trying to push an agenda. And he can't even do that right. But, whatever.
My wife says, you know about him, right? I was like, of course I know about him. Everyone knows about Keemstar. And we talked about it seriously. And we're like, right now, $50,000, if this was real, would be hugely helpful for us. It would put us, back, jump ahead, almost square one, I would say.
No. That's not what you were getting ready to say. You said it was going to put you back. Put you back where, Phil? Put you back where? Put you back where?
In fact, I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available, right? So at that point, I'm like, let me figure out what this is. And I talked to my wife about it. And we sat down. I was like, sounds
wait,
to me like
you said you were going to try to figure out what this is. You didn't call Keem. You decided to go ahead and talk to Catherine? You decided to go and talk to Kat? Think about what he just said. Okay, it's phone tag, yada, yada, yada. He's not approaching me at the designated times, whatever. I need to sit down and figure this out. Instead of reaching out to Keem on Twitter, right? Or whatever methods that he has available or at his disposal that you can reach out to him at, you decided to go ahead and reach out and talk to Catherine instead. Make that make sense.
Involved in a project. I don't know what it is. And my wife says, you know about him, right? I was like, of course I know about him. Everyone knows about Keemstar. And we talked about it seriously. And we're like, right now, $50,000, if this was real, would be hugely helpful for us. It would put us, back, jump ahead, almost square one, I would say, with all the things that are going on financially behind the scenes. And, when at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. You got to do what's best for the business. You got to do what's best for everything. Everyone's good interest. And if this were someone who I felt had like my best interest in mind, or possibly had the history that he has, I probably would have done it, But this is a guy who has a history of online. He gets you involved in something, and then everything he does is for his own personal gain, and it doesn't matter how much he hurts you, as long as he's still benefiting from it. Okay.
Sounds like Project 7 to me. Sounds like Project 7 to me.
Offered to me of being on an interview for $50,000. That's a lie.
Keem is here, and Keem has said that he will be respectful and he would love to talk. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to bury whatever hatchet or whatever it is you guys have and mend a fence. I think this is a tremendous opportunity. Are you open to that?
If you want him on the show to talk, I'm not doing business with this man under any circumstances.
Yeah, you established that. That's fine. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to broker a business deal or anything like that. But are you open to talking with him now?
I'm curious what he even wants to talk about. I'm not being on his stuff. I refuse.
Okay.
So.
Well, let's
see. So
okay.
I want you to think about that because that's a really interesting point. So DSP's like, what else does he have to talk to me about if I'm not going to be on his stuff? Which should give you an insight into DSP's own mind. If you're not useful to him, he doesn't need to associate with you. He doesn't need to talk to you. What use do you have as a human being to him unless you're there to be used by him? So that's essentially what he said about Keem. He's like, I don't know why Keem would even bother with me. I'm not going to be on any of his stuff. I refuse, or whatever the fuck that means anything. But the more important part is I'm not going to do what he wants me to do. I don't understand why he still wants to talk to me. The whole concept of having a real interaction from person to person. Okay, so you guys don't want to do business. Maybe we can just clear the air on what the fuck the issue is with us, because maybe I don't need that walking around on me. I don't give a shit about you, but maybe that's one little bit of ill will that I don't need. You know, and we can, and if it comes down to we agree to disagree, so be it. But I don't need that on me, or I don't want that on me. So we can at least clear the air. But see, DSP sits there and thinks everybody's a scumbag like him, and an angle needs to be played, if you will. If you're going to do something, it needs to pay off for you somewhere. And he wonders why, and other people do too, ironically enough, which is weird to me. They wonder why DSP doesn't have anybody in his life. There's a reason why DSP don't have friends. There's a reason why no one really trusts him. There's a reason why DSP is just waiting for his family to die so he can collect what's left of his inheritance. There's a reason why he hasn't had a meaningful interaction with anybody. And he has to live through people instead of going out of his fucking house and actually making new experiences for himself. There's a reason for that. There's an astonishingly obvious reason for all that. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose.
Wait. So you're okay with him coming on to talk?
As long as he's not going to sit here and insult me, or do, you guys have already asked me so many questions. I don't want him interrogating me too. It's your ego, not his.
That's not. Right. I mean, Keem, he's watching obviously, so it's like that's not the case. We're the interviewers. He just said he agrees.
Yeah, he agrees. So look, we're gonna bring him on, and like I said, I think this is not a tremendous opportunity for friction. This is an opportunity to build a bridge. So let's do this real quick. Keemstar, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And Phil, thank you for letting me on to talk to you directly. I do mean what I said here in the chat, that I will be respectful. I'm not here to interrogate you, but I desperately want to represent my point of view in this situation between me and you. Because what I've heard listening to this podcast or this interview or whatever you want to call it, is you describing problems that you have in your life, paying bills, being harassed by, your detractors or whatever. And I actively went out of my way to solve major problems in your life. And me and you are not friends. In fact, before I put together this business opportunity for you, me and you were fighting back and forth. It started with you on your podcast out of nowhere, reacting to me retiring when I turned 40, and you said, well, that guy's evil, and all these horrible stuff and blood money, whatever you said about me, because you don't like my show Drama Alert. And many of your detractors picked up on right away that the reason why you don't like my show and you don't support me is because we covered the fapping situation in 2016.
Well, that's
that is
completely untrue. Dude, you covered it fairly.
Go ahead, respond, Phil.
You covered it fairly. You didn't even really harp on it. One of your guys contacted me behind the scenes, said, do you have anything else to add? Do you want to be on the show? I was like, no. You covered it fairly. I don't think you were unfair at all. That's not the case.
Thank you, because I don't think I was unfair either.
No, not at all. Who told you that? That's bullshit. That's the detractors.
What was fair about Deuce saying, holy shit, if I can find that segment and whatnot. I'll see if I can have our dude cut that shit in. Because Diggs is on vacation. What the fuck? If I remember that drama alert segment correctly, it was basically him coming on and saying, yeah, and then, video game YouTuber / streamer Darksydephil got caught. And it just went into a massive breakdown of hilarity and whatnot, laughing at the circumstance and the situation. He was caught waking it. That, if I remember correctly, that's what that was. Now, if you want to call it fair, sure. If you want to say he didn't harp on it, yeah, he gave you like 15, 30 seconds, about as long as DSP lasted in that situation. Excuse me. And that was a wrap. So I don't understand this whole thing about doing fairly, but okay, maybe that's DSP. When he's confronted, the first thing that comes to mind, or his first instinct, is to get on his fucking hands and knees and start sucking. I don't know what if I call that fairly, but all right, whatever.
Shit up. I didn't
everybody jumped to that conclusion why you had such a hateful.
And wait a second. DSP said that a representative of Keemstar reached out to him for comment or whatever the case may be, but I distinctly remember DSP tweeting at Keemstar or at Drama Alert and saying that he would be open to coming on to the show. Matter of fact, I think there's an old Review Tech USA video that talks about that too. Don't hold me to that.
Response to me retiring was because of that. Because we have no previous history, Phil.
Correct.
I've never talked to you. The only interactions I've ever had with you is just covering this one story about you.
Mm-hmm.
And just, this is a great example of why I wanted to bring you on, because there's clearly a miscommunication somewhere along the lines, right? Clearly. So, Phil thought Keemstar did this. Keemstar thought Phil did this. All right. So we're in a better place, which is great.
So to move on from that, I see a clip and it's on Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement and he's saying I'm this horrible, evil person, and he doesn't support me. And I responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't know. I'm sure I criticized him. I don't know specifically what he's talking about yet.
Okay, continue.
I don't know exactly what was said. I'm going off of memory, but it was something along those lines. The clip gets sent to me by multiple people. Okay. So I respond to Phil because the only thing I know about Phil is him being a lolcow, right? Him on stream begging for money to pay rent and stuff like that. That's all I know about him. So I responded to him on Twitter, which I thought was pretty clever. In gaming terms, and I explained to him that we are roughly the same age. We've been doing YouTube for 15 years each. We started at the same time, and I'm retiring now, and I don't ever have to work again. So I have completed this video game of YouTube, and I said to Phil, "You're still on level 1. All right, you're still on level 1 and you're restarting, level 1 over and over again like a video game, and you're getting nowhere. You're still at the point where you're begging people on stream to pay your bills and whatnot." And I thought that was a good response, right? Even though I am talking trash and, we got a little drama going on for Twitter and whatnot, I thought that I was actually giving you good advice. And,
I was gonna say that
is that advice, or is that more because
that
text
felt
form,
like a backhanded smack,
right?
With internet Twitter battles,
100%, 100%. But it's also advice, right? My point in those Twitter videos was that Phil needs to do something different. Imagine you're playing a video game, you're on level 1, and you try the same technique over and over again. All right. And you're dying and you have to restart the level over. You're never going to beat level 1. And that's the situation that Phil has been in.
Right. And Phil, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like there's any truth to that? Or do you feel like that Keemstar is out of his way to kind of make you look a fool?
Well, first of all, the best way to give life advice is to, say it in an insulting way, for sure.
Now, keep in mind, this is the same ass clown who shits on people for the smallest shit on his streams. Speaking about DSP here. So keep that in mind real quickly. What I'm saying? Just keep that in mind as he goes on and cries and complains about how Keem treated him. And more importantly than that, I don't have a problem with the way Keem treated him, because that's how DSP treats other people. And that's kind of how DSP acts. DSP acts like an asshole, and sometimes the only way you can get through to him is by being an asshole. Because coddling him and whatnot, handling him with kids' gloves is just not the way to go about it. There are plenty of people who sat there and tried to give DSP the benefit of the doubt and got screwed over in one way or another. So history has proven that.
Very, very receptive to it, correct? You know,
Right.
sure
Well,
to do a
fair
nice
point,
backhanded
but
slap at
Let him
someone
finish, King.
on Twitter. Is there some truth to it? Yes. Okay. But
oh, and I almost let this go, but I'm not going to because fuck you. What about that Pro Jared situation? About how, you know, hey, if you're gonna make a mistake, I may have jerked off on stream, but that's one thing. But you didn't see me flaunt my marriage and my marriage problems on Twitter or whatever the case may be, or on the internet at large, yada yada yada. And DSP said, "Oh, I was just reacting to the situation. I wasn't directly reacting to Pro Jared. You can't say that I attacked him. Does anybody remember that nonsense?" But you want to cry and complain about how Keem treated you on Twitter, because I'm assuming he's building up to the fact that Keem has the much larger audience. Because theoretically, Twitter is Keem's platform more than YouTube is. He may be well known for Drama Alert, but he does the majority of him. I mean, really, Twitter is Keemstar's platform, to be honest with you, which is the separation between Keem and Drama Alert. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. And then when it comes to the Pro Jared situation, DSP spent weeks on end fucking keep blowing up about how viral his tweet went and his tweet went and this, that, and the third, and then how, you know, the 6 years or 7 years debunking stream he did, which was absolute garbage, so on and so forth. So let's not talk about how, you know, how we use our platform against other people to make points and all this bullshit. I'm just saying. I'm not saying the DSP was out there to try to help Pro Jared during that situation, but he certainly wasn't above kicking him while he was down. That's all I'm saying.
if you have a criticism of me, then criticize me fairly in a way where, you know, maybe I have a chance to have a conversation. Instead, you just go to your platform and you say something nasty about me on there. I'm a tiny little guy, okay? When I say something on my stream, who hears it? A couple hundred people? Yes, my detractors then echo it. They extrapolate it all over the internet. Boom, it's amplified, correct? But I'm the little guy. You are a big guy, Keem. You're huge. You have a giant reach on the internet. Do you not understand that the stuff that you say and do has repercussions for everyone around you?
Oh, that's fucking rich, because when DSP was quote-unquote white-hot popular and he was spewing his bullshit about other content creators, about game companies and developers, about other streamers or whatever the case may be, did that not have some type of negative effect or negative repercussions amongst his own audience? If you're sitting here bashing Maximilian, saying that he's a shill, he's a sellout, if he has hashtag ads on his streams or his YouTube videos, he's a liar, so don't bother watching his content, is that not hurtful to Max? Now, truth be told, it's not. Max is going to keep pushing no matter what, but you are going out of your way to say something that could affect him. You know what I'm saying? That might take away a view. That might take away someone who was looking to support his content and now they question it. But more importantly than that, you deprive that person from not only better content, but from an opportunity for a game or whatever the case may be that they might have been interested in playing. And now they're not going to have it anymore. And you're also taking away the opportunity of them getting into another ecosystem that's separate from your bullshit, where they might be accepted and they might actually find some camaraderie with people who actually enjoy games and not doing it just for profit or whatever the case may be. There's a negative connotation on both sides of that spectrum, but DSP don't see that. And the reason why is because DSP does it on purpose. If the more people he can gatekeep from Maximilian, the better. Just like how he tried to shit on Angry Joe multiple times so he could keep people away from them. Same thing where him taking shots at Ninja or Dr. Disrespect or Toby Turner or whoever else that he's had, iJustine, or whoever else he's had a problem with over the years. PewDiePie, Markiplier. You know what I'm saying? So you have some nerve saying that bullshit when everything that, just about anything that anybody says has repercussions. in some way, shape, or form, despite the size of the platform. So let's not sit there and be a belligerent asshole about this.
Be someone that you're not self-aware. You don't understand that when you say something like that. Now I have to live with that shit for months.
Oh, you mean like all the dumb shit that you said in the past that you're currently living with? That's the reason why you can't get in sponsorships. That's the reason why you can't get endorsements. That's the reason why you're begging people to find a merch shop for you. Because you ain't sat there and made a bunch of poor ass decisions and they came back on you. Just like how you got demonetized from YouTube, just like, the first time anyway. The reason why you can't be monetized on Twitch, the majority of that was all your actions. Someone pointed those things out, but they were still your actions at the end of the day. I can't get mad if someone rats me out for murder when I wasn't clean enough to get the murder done and not be caught. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If I left witnesses, well, guess what? I left witnesses. You know what I'm saying? If I decided to commit the crime, I committed the crime. I understood what was going to come with that. I can't get mad at the person who eyewitnessed it. I did it. And if I wasn't smart enough to get away with it clean, I deserve what I got. Womp womp.
Hi. You're on level 1. Ha ha ha, Phil. Level 1. Yo, you've been for 15 years. You're just on level 1. Do you think I need that? I already have enough shit in my life going on. So much stuff. I don't need Mr. Big Time punching down on me, which is what you do. That's why people don't like you, man.
I didn't
how
see
do you
it.
not understand that?
I didn't see it that way. I saw a clip of you talking all kinds of shit on me, like unprovoked, and I just responded, talking shit back, but also giving you advice. That's the way I saw it. Anyhow, after that incident took place, months went by, and this bothered me because I saw the solution the entire time, that Phil needed to do something different. All right. I am a person that recognizes entertainment. I really, really get it. You got to understand, Phil, you have haters, you have detractors. So do I, but I have more. I have more than Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie combined. I have way more haters, but I'm still successful, and I still have new business opportunities, and I'm still making money. I was supposed to retire a year ago, and I'm still doing new stuff and being successful in this platform because I understand this business very, very well. And even though you have that hate, you know, they are viewers. They are your customers. The detractors are your customers. The haters are your customers. And they're more loyal than the people that give you money, that donate on your stream.
Okay. People, here's the thing. Most people, I should say, most people can't handle hate. Like, let me give you guys an example. Call of Duty, of course. Let's use Nadia, for example. She came into that shit saying she was the best female Call of Duty player in the world. She was one of the best Modern Warfare players in the world. She got all this hate and everything, yada, yada, yada. She rode that hate to where she's at essentially now. But she stumbled quite a bit, actually. When she started to break character, if you want to even call it a character. When she broke character and started lashing out at people, when she said on certain streams that she was really tired that people were calling her a cheater and people wouldn't give her an opportunity despite the fact that she was just a blatant cheater. When she was doxing people who were sending her troll donations and shit like that, she fucked up and lost everything because she couldn't keep her eyes on the prize. She didn't even mind, early on especially, going ahead and saying, yeah, maybe I am cheating. You can't prove it, so it is what it is. I'm still getting all this attention and all this notoriety, and Activision's flying me out everywhere, and look at you guys, you're just at home getting mad at me. But the truth was, she wanted legitimacy. She wanted it terribly. That's why she went to those LAN events. And when she did, she failed miserably, only proving that the allegations that were set against her were true. And Activision doesn't give a fuck as long as she keeps attention on the game. And she couldn't do that. She couldn't handle. She couldn't live with the pressure that came with something like that. And that's the reason why she's sitting here crying on fucking Twitch and crying on Twitter about how she can't get invited out to any of these events. When her contact, her name's Shanice, I think her name is, told her flat out, you're not making content. Oh, well, I did all this stuff in the past. Okay, good for you. But what are you doing now? And that's what and it's basically the Johnny come lately type situation. But that's how business works. After a while, whatever accomplishments that you did in the past means nothing. It's about what are you doing right here and now. And DSP don't understand that. That's why he keeps spewing all that bullshit about my legacy and how prolific I am and all this other bullshit that don't mean nothing to nobody. What the fuck are you doing now? What prestige, if you had any, that you had in the past, how much of that have you retained now, and how are you using it? DSP used to get troll tips on Twitch a lot. He made quite a bit of money. I can't remember what the actual calculation was, but I think someone had, I'm pretty sure it was someone on the farms, had came up with the idea that at least 12 to 15%, could have been as much as 17% of his income was basically troll donations. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I don't advocate for that, but spend your money the way you want to spend it. But there was a lot of funny shit that came out of it, though. I gotta admit that. But spend the money the way you want to spend it. A lot of funniness came out of that, but he made a lot of money off of it too, and he thought he was above it. And then people just essentially got more clever, or more cunning, I should say, and figured out ways to not give him money and to still get a reaction out of his ass. And that's why he's at where he's at now. If DSP was smart, he should have been able to capitalize off his hatred back in 2012, 2014, hell, even 2016. But he couldn't, because his ego's too goddamn big. He cares about what people think of him, despite the fact that he's clearly autistic and he can't control himself. That's the reason why he reacts the way he does. Which actually, go back to that, he is a reactionary type of person. He's not logical. He's not intelligent. He reacts to everything. And then overnight, he'll try to craft a story to try to explain why he did what he did, and then push the responsibility on his haters or on his situation or whatever to justify why he did it. So you can't sit there and give a half-ass apology on, I'm sorry I did this, but then turn around and say, oh, well, this is how I justify me doing what I did because of these people. You can't do that. You either justify why you did it and you stand by it, or you be a man and you apologize. Period. You don't get to have it both ways. And that's why DSP can't capitalize on it. That's the reason why a lot of people can't capitalize the hate that they have on their asses. That's the reason. But the irony of it all, especially when it comes to Lolcows, is they don't want to change either. If you have to justify every bad decision you make, instead of actually growing the fuck up, you're always going to be where the fuck you're at. And there's always going to be someone that's going to point and laugh at you, or cross-examine you, or whatever the case may be. That's a you problem. And it always starts with you. Long before anybody else.
The people that hate you
echoing
are way
that you're
more
talking
loyal.
about, that's like, you can't pay for that shit.
I mean, look at how many people are here. 2,500 people are here. It's just, it's you have a legitimate fan base. Those haters, those people that don't like you, are your fans. And I wanted to solve this issue for not just you, but Wings and Boogie. I looked at all of you guys, you're Lolcows, right? You have more haters than like supporters, right? But really, they're all fans. They are all fans. They're all
That's fucking it's delusional saying that shit, but I understand why Keem's saying it. I honestly do. I honestly understand why he's saying that. I really do. I get it. I don't agree with it, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the right to say it and whatever. I mean, because we did talk about there are detractors out there that are sub to DSP, so it is what it is. But I don't agree with that, but I get where he's coming from with it. It's really cope for DSP, to be honest with you, and the other two Lolcows that were part of that equation at that time. That's really what it was, and it's a clever piece of it's a clever piece of coping, as well as misdirection, to give them a reason to suit up, to give them a reason to come on to the show. Hey, those people that criticize you and whatnot, Yeah, they're your detractors, haters, trolls, critics, whatever you want to label them, but hey, they're there for you. They're there. They're still there watching your shit, aren't they? Even though Keem clearly doesn't know what's going on in the detractor community because there's so many goddamn filters that you can go through that you never have to watch any DSP shit if you don't want to. On top of that, DSP is not seeing any of the profits of it. He's not seeing any of the sole profits that come from the trolling that goes on. Hence the reason why Keem wanted them onto the show. That's why he's saying, hey, these people that hate you, man, they're really your fans. So you might as well just go ahead and jump aboard onto this podcast, and now you can finally capitalize and get some of those troll bucks and get some of that troll money. You got all these people out here that are, monetizing your content. Why don't you get a little bit of it? Because there are trolls that are throwing money around or whatever the case may be, so why not you finally capitalize on it? And the best way to do it is to come on to this podcast. You might as well. Allow the money to start working for you. And the only way you could do that is if you can focus the money your way. I will help you do that. But I need you to get on board. I need you to buy in, Phil, on this idea.
Watching your content nonstop. The solution really is to get the three of you to do a podcast. All right. Those haters are going to watch. They're going to absolutely love that these three guys have come together to make content. Now, between the three of you, you guys don't have the business sense to like really figure this out and make this thing actually happen. But I do. All right.
I told you.
And
all he's doing is trying to focus their audiences, mainly the hate mob, his way. Or their way, whatever, because they were supposed to be in business with each other. That's all he was trying to do. And like I said, it's clever. It's certainly very clever, and it could have been lucrative in the long term. Don't know, but I'd give it at least a year for sure. Especially if the topics that are chosen for them are picked out at least decently well. But I would also say, this is all hypothetical at this point anyway. Let's say they talk about 4 different topics, if you will. Let's say Keem's writer room or whatever chooses 4 topics for them to speak on each show. These guys should pick at least like a topic themselves as well, and they can talk about it too. So it feels like they're actually being inclusive to the show. They're actually contributing to the show instead of doing what they're told. That's another thing too, as part of the human aspect. And even though I'm kind of contradicting myself when I said DSP, at the very least, DSP is not a normal person, right? There are still certain caveats that he would expect, or maybe he wouldn't expect, but he would probably appreciate. You know what I'm saying? Because you somehow, some way have to earn DSP's loyalty to keep him on the show. Or at least his interest. Or at least feed his ego. DSP doesn't have any loyalty, so let's just scratch that first part off.
You guys don't even understand how valuable you are as individuals, as entertainers, because you look at the numbers and you're looking at everything and like, oh, well, I've fallen off. And, that's the mindset that you have, right? But I have a different mindset for each and one of you, that you guys are amazing entertainers, but just not in the way that you want to be, right? You're Lolcows, but there's so much value there. By putting the three of you together, and each one of you would own 25% of this podcast. All right. We never got to have this conversation, so I do want to have it now, even though I know you're not going to do it. All right. I would also own 25%. I would do the business aspect of it. I've had many success selling podcasts to exclusive deals with Spotify and other companies, multi-million-dollar deals. All right. I wanted to put
now, let me give you the translation of that. He's had a tremendous amount of success selling audiences to streaming platforms and situations like that, which is what he was going for. This isn't a knock against him. That's business, especially in the podcast game. So that's what he was going for. And DSP's a fool for not taking it. At the same time, I think Keem's approach is probably one of the reasons why it didn't work out. You're not coming to him as, oh, we each own 25% of this business venture, but you're not coming to him as if like he's a partner. You know what I'm saying? You're just you're an asset, an expendable asset if you're inside of DSP's head. And I think that's where the real shortcomings of this deal kind of came about. And that's all right. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know, who knows what could happen a couple years down the line or whatever the case may be, right? A lesson learned. But that's kind of one of the real problems. Your money does not, well, not just your money, but money in general doesn't make all people move. DSP is not special or unique because he turned down 50 grand. He's a fucking idiot. But the point being is even with the even with the guaranteed money, right? Or the benefit of a huge financial windfall, for some people they need more than that. And you have to be able to identify that early. You know what I'm saying? You have to identify that early. I completely agree with him going on Twitter and saying, hey, I'm going to offer this guy $50,000 for a business opportunity. Someone tell him to get a hold of me. I agree with that 100%. It's what happened. It's some of the things that happened after that is what led to the overall failure that it was going to end up being. But truth be told, Keem might have dodged the bullet too, because DSP is a terrible person to work with. He is a terrible person to work with. That's why he goes on, you'll see it later, he's going to go on this spiel about, oh, I can't trust him, I can't do this, I can't do that. Coming from the same asshole who fucked over his closest friends. For profit. Short-term profit at that. So for some of you who are still wondering, why the hell would he do that? Why would he not take advantage of this opportunity? Because DSP is a scumbag in his own right. And if you're someone who lives to fuck over other people, it only makes sense that you would assume other people are looking to fuck you over too. And that's really what it comes down to. He's a scared little coward bitch who has screwed over just about everybody in his life in one way, shape, or form. And he's scared to be a victim himself, despite all the people that he's victimized. Oh, that was just the cost of doing business. Oh, I had to do that to protect my family. And whatever other lame-ass excuse he wants to give you. He didn't mind fucking over those people, but he's quick to try to defend himself. He's quick to try to keep himself out of harm's way. No one's ever going to respect that. In life, sacrifices have to be made no matter what you're doing. Now look at him. He's in his house all fucking day, can't even play Street Fighter, can't even really interact with other people, right? Because he comes across as an asshole even when he's trying to humble himself, if he even knows what that means. There's nothing to be jealous of when it comes to Philip Paul Brunel. He's a victim of himself, and not even victim of his success. He's just a victim of himself.
Leave you together for this show. I would do the business side of the things, and I knew that all three of you would be in a situation where you didn't really trust me, or you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, and you'd have a lot of doubts. So I was just going to take my own money and take $150,000, give you each, just to start off before we even filmed an episode, 50 grand up front to let you know that I was serious and I believe in this concept and this idea. Now with that being said,
let's go back to the Tommy C situation where he's essentially still trying to pitch this idea of the Keem. You see the difference between the two? You see kind of what I've been trying to harp about, I should say, for the majority of this broadcast? Even if this shit failed after 6 or 7 episodes or whatever the case may be, I'm not saying Keem's going to be able to recoup is the word I was looking for, all of his money, right? All the capital that he put into the situation. But it does lay the groundwork for something else he could do down the line with a whole new group of people. You know what I'm saying? That's how you have to be flexible and you have to be versatile in business. There is no such thing as a quote-unquote failure. They're just setbacks. And any man or woman who's worth their clout or is worth their gumption or have any guile, I should say, can bounce back from something like that. And you can make shit work. But you have to have the mindset for that. You have to have the mindset for that. There is no such thing as having your back against the wall. You know what I'm saying? It's not even an option. You're just readjusting.
Boogie first. I instantly get on the phone with Boogie. All right. He loves the idea. He understands it. He gets it. He reaches out to Wings. Wings is down. And now it's time to talk to DSP. Boogie, the way I understand it, called you, contacted you, and told you what was going on, right?
He DM'd me on Twitter, and we had a brief conversation back and forth in DMs.
And he told you that I wanted to do a podcast with the three of you, right?
Yes, I had no idea that's what you were trying to contact me about because we never talked.
It's so subtle that I'm not even going to bring it back for you, but you can see a slight twitch on Craig, out of Craig when DSP admitted that, yes, someone did contact me. Yes, I do know what it was. You wanted to do a podcast with us and yada, yada, yada. You see that slight twitch because DSP lied to Craig's face and said the whole scenario about him turning down 50 grand and the whole circumstance behind it, he was fed, a lie. The story didn't pan out or didn't work out that way. And I wasn't sure what he wanted. I kept trying to, I was trying to get a hold of him or whatever. He was trying to get a hold of me, but I don't understand what this guy wants. But then he's admitting right here when Keem addressed him that, yes, I did know what you wanted and what at least some of the idea was. Keep that in mind.
Was this idea for a podcast correct?
So you did know.
so Boogie told you or didn't tell you?
Boogie told me that he and Wings had spoken to Keem and that Keem wanted to do a podcast with all three of us. No money or anything was discussed. He just say, he wants to do a podcast with all three of us. I didn't know that's what Keem was trying to reach out to me. I said maybe that's what it was. I didn't know because I never spoke with him.
Fuck that. You don't get to play semantics. Because remember, we already know about the $50,000 offer at this particular point. So let's stop fucking around with this bullshit. And you don't get to play semantics. You knew what they wanted. And you sat there and purposely tried to waste their time. You purposely, I think in a lot of ways, he tried to hold out until he could get them until he could get like Keem the acquiesce. Tongue twisting the shit out of myself. Let's say acquiesce. But he tried to get Keem in a position where he basically had the higher hand and Keem would have no choice but to come to him on his terms, and instead of the other way around. Because by saying that I've got $50,000, by having two other people come at you and say, not come at you, but approach you and say, hey, this is what Keem wants, you really should talk to him, DSP feels like he has no power in the situation. So he was trying to change the power imbalance, if you will.
Hearing this and hearing the business opportunity that was laid, I don't even know if it's still there or not, but what are your thoughts right now, given what Keem has said to you?
Thoughts? Like,
yeah.
You mean?
Yeah, just as he's laid this out. Like, lay out your feelings based on what Keemstar has laid out for you.
I have absolutely no problem doing anything with Boogie or Wings. In fact, I had the conversation with Boogie back and forth a little bit more later in the year. Would he be interested in maybe doing a podcast with me or me being on his show or whatever, whatever it may be. These guys, I did a react about Wings last year, about his documentary. That me doing a collab with them, just doing a fun podcast is not out of the question for the future.
But your issue is with Keemstar and his business principles.
Correct.
Okay. So understand. So even if there's an opportunity for you to remove yourself from quote unquote level one and potentially have an opportunity further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put 50 grand in your pocket initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man. See, I didn't know you put me on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what we do. That's an interview.
This is a discussion that cannot be just made by me. It has to be made by my wife. We have to talk about it because this was a discussion we had that, sorry, Keem. Can I criticize you fairly if I'm reasonable and don't,
Are you sure you don't want to talk to your wife first before you criticize him? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Can I be honest about you?
Sure. You can say whatever you want about me.
Sure.
But I just want to represent how I feel about the situation. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Keem, you are someone who, when you look at your history on the internet, it's very interesting. And I'm actually, I'm impressed with what you've done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched a documentary about you last year. You started off trolling people in Halo. I mean, holy shit. And you turn that into an empire of money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's so admirable. And if anything, one of the things you absolutely need to be praised for is your determination.
I'm sorry. It's so admirable that we sat there and went from trolling people, on Halo to building an empire of money. He said it, not me. Building an empire of money on off the internet, basically. So you respect him because he made a lot of money. You didn't necessarily respect like some of the things that he's done on the internet. Like, for all Keem's faults, and trust me, there's a shitload. There's a shitload. Holy fuck. I can make a series of videos on that bitch. He's pulled some people out of some pretty tight jams. He's actually helped some people out who didn't ask for his help. He just kind of swooped through and, you know, he was able to pull strings and he was able to make shit happen. I gotta say, and it's not hard for me to say this, that Keem has attempted, I should say, at times to try to empower other content creators. And he's called out, not everybody, but he's called out a lot of people who were on some bullshit when it came to taking advantage of the copyright system, the flagging system, YouTube themselves just making mistakes, and putting restrictions financially on certain channels that didn't deserve it, so on and so forth. It's funny how we don't bring up any of that. We just bring up the money. We respect the money he was able to obtain and not any of the other things that came along with it. And there's a reason for that. Because if it's all blood money, right? If Keem is a misery broker, right? Then we can't go ahead and go back and look at some of those quote-unquote charitable acts. We need to go ahead and just cut him down to size as it pertains to what he's done. And what he's done in the, in the pursuit of money. And that's where DSP really wants you to focus on.
Shut down time after time. False copyright strikes, real takedown requests, all kinds of shit. People wanted you off the net, right? You're still there. You never gave up. Damn, that's a success story.
Phil, it sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah.
I guess.
It literally sounds like you.
I don't
It's
really
true.
think about
We just heard your story, and it is. Craig's absolutely right.
Okay. Now, at the end of the day, all right?
God damn, Craig, he dismissed you like, oh, that's so hurtful. That's so hurtful. You didn't let, but DSP just dismissed you like that. Holy shit. Oh, and this goes back to what people have said and keep saying, honestly, at a much higher frequency as of late, that DSP has no self-awareness. But he don't care to. As long as DSP can say what he wants and gets that off his chest, he don't care if he's wrong. As long as he can say it unimpeded, then he doesn't give a shit about anything else outside of that. He'll deal with the repercussion when it comes later. And that's why he's incredibly stunted. That's what I'm thinking. He's fucking stunted socially. You know what I'm saying? Because he really doesn't take anything that you say into account unless he can somehow weasel his way out of it. But if you're catching him mid-snort like we have right now, he's not trying to hear it. He's trying to get his own piggy juice off, and that's all he really wants to hear after that. Because I think if Craig had continued to put more, not Craig, if Adam had put more pressure on him, that DSP would have backed down. But then that might have caused more problems as the interview goes along, who could say. But you know what I mean.
When you look at what Keem has done and what I have done, I'll probably be forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I got 100,000 videos on the internet. No one's going to remember Darksydephil besides the guy who jerked off on stream. And, you know, probably this WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, you know, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem made his money, okay? Again, I'm going off documentaries and things I've seen. I mean, Keem, you have to openly admit that there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Oh my God, get ready for the projection that's about to come out this bitch. Holy shit. Hold on tight to the amount of projection that's going to come out this bitch.
Phil, I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
you're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on. When this whole episode, you have been talking about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how.
See, it's just like what I told you. He don't care. As long as he can get off his narrative, he doesn't give a shit about how it makes him look. He doesn't care. He legitimately doesn't. That shit is kind of insane. It's kind of insane to be able to sidestep your own hypocrisy, if you will, just so you can get your point across. When people are going to discount it just as quickly as you're discounting their criticisms of you. It's literally a lose-lose type situation. Oh, it's so good.
Phil, besides the guy who jerked off on stream, and, you know, probably this WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, you know, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem made his money, okay? Again, I'm going off documentaries and things like that.
But you don't even know how Keem made all of his money. Shit, I followed Keem closer than you have, and I don't even know how Keem made all of his money. So how the fuck are you going to make that type of accusation? If nothing else, Keem has profited from the connections that he's made through his YouTube channel and or off of his YouTube channel more than anything. The connections in business relationships, sponsorships, endorsements, and all that shit, that right there, he's made far more money off that than what he's ever made off YouTube. I can almost tell you that as if that's a fact. Abso-fucking-lutely. So this numbskull doesn't even know how Keem made all his money. But he's mad because the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have a pretty good idea and can prove most of it how Phil makes his money. If the only caveat to that I would say is the behind the scenes shit, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was a stream a long time ago where Tevin, praise be, was streaming them, and Tevin caught something on, it was DSP Streamlabs, I think, maybe. It was when DSP was still on Twitch. And we saw, it was like $1,100. It was a random $1,100 donation that never popped up on stream. It was something done behind the scenes, but Streamlabs still caught it and whatnot. And that's what really led to that's really opened up the floodgates to the fact that, yo, this idiot's getting money behind the scenes and he's not saying nothing. He's not saying anything at all. Once that shit happened, it was like $1,100, $1,200. Once that shit was solidified, then that changed the whole perspective. And that narrative holds over to this very day. We have no clue how much money is being given to this idiot behind the scenes, and because he doesn't have Streamlabs or Stream Elements available to him, we may never find out unless, you know, people come out and admit to it. Just something to think about. Just something to think about.
Keem, you have to openly admit that there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Holy shit, Phil. I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
you're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on. When this whole episode, you have been talking about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Fuck, man.
You're right.
And what is the slogan on this channel? Well, one of many. You give DSP enough rope and he'll hang himself. And right there, hook, line, and sinker. And Keem even knows it. Keem's back in the cut chilling like, yeah, go ahead. Oink for me. Oink for me. And that's exactly what DSP did. So now everything else that DSP says after this means jack shit. They're letting him talk just for the sake of it. But the impact, the relevancy of it means nothing. He kneecapped himself. He kneecapped himself. What's okay for thee is not for re, and vice versa. That shit's so crazy. So crazy.
So from what I've heard and seen about Keem, You know, I call them a misery broker. All right, Keem, on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day. Someone else has drama going on. Someone else has horrible things happening in their life. It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up, and then you interject like a shoe wedge. Get into that life. Get into that drama, right? You got to be a part of it. And now get them on your show so that you can pull this out to be not just a one-time thing, but now it's going to be pulled on for weeks and weeks. If there's something,
Phil, do you know the internet at all? Do you know the internet at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you see who's successful on the internet? I mean,
yes.
Yeah, I would probably be more successful if I talk shit on people, but like I don't. And, you know, I do what I can because that's just where I'm at, you know? So it's like, you can't be upset when people use the algorithms for their advantage, which Keem seems to have figured out.
You're right. And at one point I was a really stupid, jealous guy. Man, I feel like I'm putting out content that's not harmful to anyone. I'm just doing gameplay. I'm dicking around on the internet here with my viewers. And this guy gets over and he's doing this drama content. People are saying it's hurtful, you know. You're right. At the same time, everyone has what's called a moral compass, correct? And, you know, I've been talking about this on my streams recently. I was raised a Roman Catholic. All right. I'm not religious anymore, by the way. So this is not.
So what the fuck you bring up the Roman Catholic part for? If it's not a religion, it's not. They're not. They're. Let's start over. Why the fuck would you bring up the fact that you're Roman Catholic or you used to be Roman Catholic if you're not religious anymore? You don't follow any of the tomes or any of the teachings that comes with, clearly. So why the fuck does that mean anything? And clearly, how you present yourself and carry yourself proves that. So why the fuck do you bring that up? There's no residual brownie points that comes off of it. It's the same disgusting toxic toilet juice that you left on that goddamn seat that you and Catherine are both too lazy to clean up. It's still there. It changes nothing. Fuck you.
I grew up with certain morals, all right, and values. And to me, if the only way that
Oh, you mean like that rainy day fund? Was that the type of values and morals you were brought up to? All right.
On the internet and get or just get over in life is by stepping on other people. I'm not going to step on those people. I would rather be.
I don't think that's what Keem's doing when he's making videos. You know, I see, yeah. D-Day Cobra, shout out to him. I saw him in chat earlier, you know, and tweeted us out. Thank you, buddy. He talks shit on anyone. Like he'll freaking, you know, he monetizes the haters better than anyone I know. Right. Well, I've talked to him personally off air, and he's a fucking great guy, and like has a good moral compass to me. I don't think talking shit about people on the internet somehow changes who you are.
And then here's the real irony of it. I'm gonna step in now before the shit finishes up. Don't get me wrong, we still got a ways to go, but I'm going to step in right now on this part. DSP is basically saying, I don't want to associate with you or do any business with you because you have no redeemable qualities, right? You are essentially beyond redemption, right? You will never do anything good in your life because of what you've done in the past. The irony of that all is because DSP gets accused of that same shit, and yet he continues to prove every day that he's not worthy of a second, a third, a fifth, 100th, whatever the fuck chances. He's not worthy of people letting him slide. He's never going to ever do anything for the betterment of someone else because he doesn't know how. He doesn't have enough practice. So because he's such a piece of shit and he gets hit the way he does by his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and gets just dookied on by the fucking internet in general or at large. Oh, well, Keem, you're a much bigger person. So, you know, if I can't get redemption, if no one will ever really trust me to ever do anything again, or if people don't expect me to ever do anything good or redeemable or whatever the case may be, why the fuck should anybody assume that you will? That's wild. But DSP is the same bitch that keeps crying and complaining about, I wish people would just come to my streams and give me a chance. Just give me a chance. These people keep lying on me every fucking day, but if you come to my streams, you'll see I'm not the bad person that they say I am. Yet, you show up to that stream literally 20 minutes later, and he's bitching and complaining about some dumb shit that he can't get through because cognitively he can't keep it together. Or his fucking hooves hurt and shit, and his hooves are sore, and whatever, so he can't actually press buttons correctly or whatever the fuck. The fuck out of here, dude.
Right? as your moral compass. I mean, you said moral compass. It's like, come on, dude. Like,
Can I ask Phil a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Phil, listen. All right, if me running Dromeler is like taking advantage of people's misery, right? Because the way I understand it, for how you're explaining it, is like a YouTuber will get canceled, and then I cover the story on my platform, or you had the fappening, right? And I covered the story on my platform, that I'm making money off of other people's downfalls, right? That's the way you see it.
Yes.
Well, there's people on YouTube that run documentaries on important things that happen on the internet. They're also in the same situation, correct?
What do you mean by that?
They're making money. They're making money on a newsworthy story on the internet.
Like factual reporting of things that are happening, like a news network. Like, what do you mean?
Of course. And then I inject my opinion on these stories as well. But there are YouTubers, right? They're commentators, and then there's commentators that do like documentary style stuff that cover drama on the internet. You're saying that every single one of them is accepting blood money because they're voicing their opinions on what's going on.
Well, simply voicing your opinion is one thing, Keem, but let's take a look at your history here. There's been documented cases where you've actually staged stuff and extrapolated drama in situations where it didn't really exist. There's evidence of this. People have admitted
Explain
to
that. Explain that.
Yeah, tell me more. I'm not aware of these.
The documentary I watched last year, but June the King made this one. And I guess there was a situation with a YouTuber, and I forget if he was a Minecraft YouTuber or another YouTuber. And, originally he appeared supposedly as an upfront, honest guest on Keemstar's show covering this drama. I think it was allegations that he had been with underage girls or something like that. Okay. Coming to find out later on, the whole, or at least part of it, was orchestrated between the two behind the scenes. Like, I guess he wanted to get back at someone, his ex or his current girlfriend, and Keem participated in that setup situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have the right to deny it. That's fine. You know what? It's out there. Just so you know, that shit's out there, man.
But I just want to say, like, you participated in supporting a YouTuber, all right, that covered a story on my misery, right? If I supposedly did something wrong, you watched and supported another YouTuber doing exactly what Dromeler does.
It's a good point.
Well, and on top of that, just to kind of reiterate this, like, once again, Phil, you're telling Keemstar that he has the right to deny that because he's saying it didn't happen, even though you're saying there's a mountain of proof in this documentary, right? The same thing is being said to you right now about your WWE legends and everything like that, and you have the right to deny it too, even though there's a mountain of evidence through documentaries online.
Correct. But the difference, Keem, to respond to your point, sorry, there's a lot of points that just came up. The documentary is not just negative stuff about you. Okay, you understand?
So the fuck what? So because it points out some of his positives and some of his negatives, it should have more validity than something that just points out all of your negatives? Is that holy shit, is that literally where we're at this point? Oh, it wasn't a complete and utter hit piece on you. It just said that you orchestrated with this other guy to cover up or to insinuate that, that he was fucking around with underage chicks, and you guys planned it between the two of you to sensationalize the situation. What the fuck? Are we not listening to what we're saying? I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
Covering your entire history, I've learned a lot of things about you that I find very admirable and very positive by watching that. It really did cover factually your rise and all the stuff that's happened and some of the.
How do you know that? No, factually. How do you know it's factual? I'm just curious. It's on the internet, so it must be true.
I know. Phil, real quick. I mean,
he basically said yeah. He basically shrugged it and said yeah, because it is what it is. So that means everything that everybody says about Darksydephil is true, then, right? What did you really? I'm telling you, DSP did this because he thought if he could just get a few people on the. Who was here at their podcast or whatever, to at least, nod their head at it like, oh, well, I guess that kind of makes sense. It'll work out for him. Like the very same armor, poorly made, by the way, the very same poorly made armor that DSP uses to defend himself, he's willing to throw that shit away and drown just so he can bring Keem down with him. just so he can bring Keem down with him. That's wild. And then here's the crazy part. Well, it gets crazier, I should say. But DSP says that if you watch Detractor content and you haven't come over there to his streams or his content and given him the benefit of the doubt, you're a fucking idiot, you're a moron, you're gullible, you're this, that, and the third, right? He says that all the time. And I always say, how the fuck are you going to bring people to your side if you're just going to shit on them habitually? If you're just going to shit on them because they absorbed content on one side of the spectrum and they haven't made their way over to your side yet. Yet, he wants people to do the exact same thing with Keem. And he somehow thinks he's being relatable to Keem's haters, if you will, by doing so. Even though he has shitted on those same people who wouldn't give him a chance. Or a shot. Or take 5 minutes of research or whatever fucking dumb term that DSP likes to use. That's wild! It's not unexpected, though. But it's wild! But DSP is supposed to be logical, right? Right? The DSP is supposed to be the smart one, right? Holy shit!
Documentaries on DSP, but you on the show said half of the stuff's not even true. So
Right.
I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy or not? Because when it's
No.
about me,
It's not
all
even just that. Because June the King made it, he can't afford to discount it because supposedly there's a documentary coming up by June, more than likely next year, right? So DSP needs to essentially stay face for June against Keem, just so hopefully it makes him look good in June's eyes later on down the line. Like June will give him some type of considerations, if you will, for, you know, hey, I defended your documentary against Keemstar on that interview that I was in. You need to, you know, you need to take some caveats with me here. You know what I'm saying? You need to give me a little bit of leeway. You know what I'm saying? Because look at what I did for you. That's not even long-term thinking, but I could see DSP thinking that. Holy shit. Because if DSP really thinks that June is the only person out there that will give him the benefit of the doubt and treat him fairly, he's going to do whatever he can to protect it. Wow. And that's not even out of loyalty. That's even more wild. It's not even out of loyalty. You know what I'm saying? It's out of self-preservation. Something to think about. Something to think about, ladies and gentlemen.
When it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all fact, and it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right? We all know that. We're not stupid. We're not born yesterday. When you watch that documentary, you gotta kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't, right? Make your own judgment.
So then wait. You have to suspend your beliefs. You got to believe it or you don't. So you believe it. Because of your negative interactions with Keem, you just believe everything that's bad about him. Despite the fact that you're saying yourself that there were some good things or there were some positive things and there were some negative things. But you choose to believe the negative. But then again, you're a piece of shit and... Excuse me, you live for the negative. You live for seeing people meet their downfalls or whatever the case may be. That's like literally that's a personality trait that you have. It's a sick personality trait, but it is a trait that you carry, that you do have. What the fuck, boy? Oh boy. Starting to feel some King Cobra shit around here. Like, you better not go live, boy. Better not go live.
It's not even true. So I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy or not? Because when it's about me, it's all facts. When it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all fact, and it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right? We all know that. We're not stupid. We're not born yesterday. When you watch that documentary, you gotta kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't, right? Make your own judgments based on.
So you
what
chose to
believe
believe this one when it came to Keem.
In a couple of particular cases, I'm not saying that one documentary is the only thing I've ever heard about Keem. There's been lots of people who've.
That's what you're referencing a lot so far. So that's what I'm going on.
Can we come to the conclusion that me and you both have a bad reputation? We're controversial figures, but one of us is wildly more successful?
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't even say I'm successful at all. So
Okay.
yeah. Sure.
Keemstar, continue with what you were saying. Okay, I think we've established this. Keemstar, continue with what you were talking about leading up to this. You reached out to Boogie, Wings, and DSP. 50 grand on the table to start the podcast. Continue.
Oh my god. Oh shit. This is bad. This is really, really bad. This stupid son of a bitch. Not only is he is DSP trying to co-sign the validity of the June documentary because of the quality of it, but then he'll try to reinforce it and say, oh well, I've heard other people say a lot of other really fucked up things about Keem and so on and so forth. So now we're going to use the quantity measurement, if you will, over quality to reinforce trying to protect June and the validity of his documentary. That's wild. All of this to try to protect ourselves. Only to what? If that shit comes out next year and that shit isn't favorable and that makes you look like the piece of shit that you really are, you ain't protected June all year for nothing. Just for that shit to be spat right back in your goddamn face. Just like how you ain't sat there and bigged up fucking Craig and side scrollers on this interview up until the interview happened, and then once it made you look like a complete utter ass clown, now you crying and complaining about, oh, they made money off me and they didn't even give me a chance to come back on and talk. Oh, you fucking idiot. It's so good. It's so good. I can see why people say this shit broke you. I see it now. I see that shit. Like straight the fuck 4K. This is 8K shit. Holy shit. This is terrible. This is terrible.
Knowing how to help all three of them, all right, and then also creating a business opportunity for myself, right? It is all these things combined, and not only just helping DSP, Wings, and Boogie and myself, because this is a brilliant idea, but it's also helping every single person that's in this chat right now. It's also helping every single one of your haters, every single one of your guys' actual supporters. Everybody wants this content. This is a win. This is a golden opportunity. So knowing this and wanting to reach out to help you, I found you to be so incredibly difficult to work with. Boogie already contacted you and told you that this was about a podcast. I publicly tweeted.
Wait! I just thought about this. So if we go off my narrative, if we go off of my theory, it's not necessarily a Theo theory, but if we go off of my theory that DSP is trying to protect the validity and the credibility of the June the King documentary of Keemstar, to use that as a way of shielding himself on why he shouldn't do business with him, and so on and so forth, right? You're willing to think that far ahead, so to speak, into protecting June, leading up into your documentary he's going to do on you eventually. But you didn't see the value in making money with Keemstar, even if it's in the short term, and the money that comes with that. Do you somehow think that June's gonna make a documentary that's somehow gonna save your ass? And do you think June would even tell you to be like, "Hey, don't do that interview, or don't do that business idea. You're gonna fuck up my plans for the documentary." I know that June didn't say that. I don't know him personally, but I'm pretty confident he's not gonna say some dumb shit like that. So what the fuck are you doing? I'm not necessarily saying he passed up on this Lolcow podcast thing for the June the King interview that's coming later on down the line. But god damn, this shit just doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. It really don't. And I'm reaching, and I'm good for that. But god damn. Oh boy. Well, I guess, oh boy.
To me, $50,000, and you ignored me. Then we finally start talking in DMs, and your response is, well, email me, because I want to set up a call. We're already talking in DMs on Twitter. Why can't we just jump on a call and talk right away? We're already communicating. You tell me to go email you. That is so weird from my perspective. If I reach out to the biggest YouTuber on the platform, Mr. Beast, and I text him, hey, we got to get on the phone. I got to talk to you about something. I'm going to talk to him within 12 hours. And this is a wildly more busy guy than you, Phil. All right. And that's the biggest YouTuber on the platform. This is how content creators communicate with each other. We don't, email each other. Like, we have managers to do that stuff. We have lawyers to do that stuff. I have a team of people that will get in an email. I don't get in an email ever. I'm never in a Gmail ever. You know, this is, what are you talking about? That was so
wait. I'm sorry, Keem. I have to not defend DSP, but I have to say something about that. What the fuck does DSP know about having an agent, a manager, a team of people behind him that weren't his friends, that he wasn't fucking over from the beginning? What does DSP know about any of that? DSP doesn't know how to do business. DSP is a 41-year-old man with the fucking mental capacity of a 10-year-old trying to emulate his dad. And it explains why he fucks up the way he doesn't understand any of that shit. Because in DSP's mind, outside of the fact that he just wouldn't know how to talk to those people. The flip side to that, another negative, if you will, would be, it's just a bunch of other people that are going to have their hands out to get money off of me while I'm doing all the work. That's how he looked at John and Howard. That's why he didn't mind not paying Howard and whatnot, because Howard was supposed to be his friend, in air quotes. And that's why John got shortchanged at pretty much at every chance DSP could. Let's not sit there and try to act like you can talk to DSP about business and what goes into that. He has no clue. He has no clue. The closest thing that DSP's had is a partner manager at Twitch and one at Machinima, I should say. And he basically wasted their goddamn time complaining about bullshit. About absolute fucking bullshit. Every little thing that bothered him, or every little advantage that other people had that he didn't have, he complained to them about it. So even from a manager / agent standpoint, even then he couldn't act right. So let's not talk logic to this idiot. He don't know. And he wouldn't understand even if he was in that position. When Machinima tried to give him that opportunity during Street Fighter 4 to really be able to expand upon DSP Gaming and do more and be more, what did he say? I have a great thing going on, man. I'm on the up and up. Why do you want me? Why do you want me to take my attention or divert my attention from DSP Gaming to do some commentator work on Street Fighter 4 at a Machinima run tournament? Why would I do that, man? Am I not good enough? Am I not doing great things here? And that's the reason why he fucked that interview up. Because DSP got offended and was like, am I not doing enough to warrant your praise that you want to just move me to something else? Think about that. I want you to really, really think about that. And why he reacted the way he reacted to those people in that meeting. He literally was offended that they wanted him they wanted to see if he had the range to do something else. Like what he was doing wasn't good enough. I want you to think about that.
To me, when I'm just communicating you in Twitter DMs, we're talking back and forth, and you're telling me I have to email you in order to get on a call. I was so confused by that, but I play along. All right. I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're going to call and we're going to talk about this. And I call you during the scheduled time and you don't answer the phone. And then I get a message back saying, oh, I'm sorry. I was streaming. I told you I work at this time. Well, even if that is true and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's
okay,
not.
Wait. See, now we got I see a problem here, and I need someone to clarify this. Either you guys spoke, we agreed on a scheduled time, and you called him at that scheduled time. You called him at that scheduled time that you both agreed upon, and DSP basically ghosted you, meaning that DSP lied to him, or you called him at what you thought was his earliest convenience? Which one was it? And even so, that's the thing on Keem's side. Let's jump to DSP side. We've seen DSP walk off his stream to take a phone call or do whatever the case may be. You're telling me that he couldn't tell his stream, hey guys, I need like 10 or 15 minutes to do this thing real fast, and then I'll be right back. And then get on a call with him? DSP's done it before. So that's the problem that I have with this part of the story. Did you guys both agree on a time and DSP wasted your fucking time and fucked you over? Or did you call him at what you felt was your earliest convenience? Or at a time that you thought he would be able to pick up the phone because you would know exactly where he's at. You'd had him isolated, if you will, to this one particular spot, and he chose not to pick up. Which one was it? I'm not calling anybody, well, DSP is definitely a liar, and Keem is definitely not exactly the most up and up person. But which one was it? Who's really who dropped the ball here?
So confused by that, but I play along. All right, I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're going to call and we're going to talk about this. And I call you during the scheduled time, and you don't answer the phone. And then I get a message back saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was streaming. I told you I work at this time." Well, even if that is true and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's not.
Phil, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? You have an opportunity to put 5 figures in your pocket, and you kind of give us your mindset there, because
it's all semantics, because who cares how you're talking or whatever. First of all, Craig knows how to contact me. He contacted me to be on this show. It was pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you say, Craig? It was pretty easy to reach out to me. It wasn't hard to reach me, was it?
No, I emailed you. Yeah, it was easy.
And when we were able to talk back and forth pretty reasonably with no issue, correct? I don't think we had an issue.
Keem just said that one of his people emailed you, and that's how you guys chose. You guys determined when was the best time to be able to contact each other or one another to go ahead and sit down and actually have a call and broker this deal, or at least lay out the outline of the deal. So you can't. What the fuck is he not paying attention to what he's saying? You can't bring that up because Keem already basically bent the knee to you and said that he would do it your way, and he had someone reach out to you to make it happen. You see what I'm saying about the fucking the fucking word vortex he putting out there? Just so he can have his way, he knows he's caught. I'm starting to believe that Keem's side was probably what really happened. He's caught, but now he needs to go ahead and change up fast and be like, well, Craig, you went ahead and were able to reach out to me, right, by email, and it was a pretty easy, painless type of situation. What the fuck? Keem did that too, or at least one of Keem's peoples. Someone who represents Keem's interest, I should say. Yikes.
Right?
No. I think what we're hearing here is...
Hold on. You think Craig is a big YouTuber, though? Come on. Look at this guy.
Oh, no. I'm not even saying...
Hey, once upon a time, buddy. Once upon a time.
This has nothing to do with size. This has to do with just being reasonable. If someone has a business contact line, said, this is the best way to contact me, please do it. But instead, you go to your giant audience on Twitter and you
eat a dick. Because the reason why DSP didn't get anything off of that condo in Connecticut is because he couldn't pick up his motherfucking phone when that realtor reached out to him and was like, "Hey, there's some things I need to be able to speak to you about." It's nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can type an email up all you want, but it doesn't convey my thoughts. Whereas a 10 or 15 minute conversation could. You need to make yourself available. This idiot's a business owner. Why didn't he do that? That's the reason why we lost that condo and got nothing out of it. That's why he lost that fucking condo in Connecticut and got nothing out of it. He could have at least broken even. Instead, he got absolutely nothing. And now that condo's worth, what, last time I checked, it was double what initially it was going for? The damn thing is going up in the 400, 500,000 range, some shit. Whatever the case may be. I could be wrong on the figures. It wouldn't be the first time. So, you know what I'm saying? So, the whole concept of picking up the phone, that's what further fucked up him and John's relationship. Because he wanted to sit there and text John all night while he's been drinking, when John was like, "Hey, you want to talk to me, man, you call me. You call me, and we have a conversation." And then what did DSP do to retort that, which is what fucked him up even further? Oh, John wanted me to call him and whatnot. My phone number hasn't changed, and more importantly, the whole time I was with my wife, I was talking to my wife, Catherine. I text her all the time. I never spoke to her over the phone, which is a double. What does DSP like to call it? A double whammy. Look at that dumb shit. So that confirmed that the Line app shit was yours, right? Big ups to James the Lesser. Then you confirmed that you and Catherine were doing something you guys weren't supposed to. Hence the reason why you guys constantly text all the time. What woman doesn't want to speak to her boyfriend every once in a while or whatever? Like, actually hear their voice. Or vice versa, you know what I mean? So, you know what I'm saying? So, you've been a weirdo on multiple fronts. Oh, well, I just thought I'd bring it up.
Scream. I want DSP to contact me immediately. $50,000 on the line. It's hostile. It's disrespectful. It's unprofessional.
So you got triggered and were on the defensive immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem. You did not see that he was actually reaching out to help. You know,
No,
even
not
though
at all. I didn't even know. People had to tell me in my chat this was happening.
So according to like what I've just heard, you were talking shit about him retiring, and he jokingly responded and kind of slapped you a lighthearted slap with a glove, but said, "You know what? I'm gonna hook you up anyway." That's the vibe I'm getting. And you were stuck on that. What year was this, by the way? Just because I kind of have a. So this was recent.
Yeah, roughly a year ago.
Wow. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a little further back. I mean, it feels like, Phil, you're in this time of like you're trying to find that way past this spot that you're in, and I don't mean to like call anything out, but it does feel like that's being stuck on level 1, right? And it feels like, I mean, shout out to Keem for like actually reaching out after you were talking shit. Like that's not something that happens. And if he was truly trying to help you out, like that's kind of surprising. I wouldn't, if someone was talking shit about me and I was as successful as Keem, I'd been like, fuck this person. I wouldn't even acknowledge them, especially as you say, it was just some small time. I don't remember what wording you chose, that you weren't even successful in your own mind.
But him talking shit to me isn't a personal thing, right? It's an opportunity for me to make a Twitter video and make some entertainment for my audience. Like when I go on the internet,
that's how you internet right there.
When I go on the internet, I'm not thinking about, will people like me? Will people hate me? I'm thinking, let me make a piece of content that people will enjoy watching, whether they like me or hate me or whatever. Let me make some piece of content that people are interested in. That's all I ever think about when I come to the internet, is serving viewers. All right.
Phil, hold on real quick. Phil, are you okay with this? You know, I don't want, just with this conversation, you know, I mean, you came on to do an interview with me and Craig. You know, it was a tough interview. You know, we dove deep into throughout, you know, what was going on, and you weren't prepared for, or didn't know that Keemstar would be on the show today. I didn't know either. This is all just kind of happened naturally.
This is the internet.
As the guest on my show, I just wanted to ask you if you're cool. Like, I would love for this to continue. I just want to make sure you're cool with it.
I'm okay with this, but I mean, obviously, we want to get back to the other topics too, right? I mean, we kind of put everything on pause. And
we will, sure, but I think something good is happening here, right? We're working through things.
So I love this because remember what I said about the Machinima situation with the offer for Street Fighter 4, maybe do some commentary or whatever. He's basically like, I mean, yeah, I guess, but you know, I thought we were talking about the interview. Isn't this sidetracking, whatever. Adam's like, I don't really give a fuck. Craig's like, yeah, this is actually a good thing. This is more interesting, and we're getting somewhere. And you see DSP's face like, do I not matter? No, you don't. You're entertainment. You are a piece of entertainment. And if they got to bring another ringmaster in to make the monkey dance or whatever the case may be, or have you jump through the flaming rings or whatever the case may be, then that's what's going to happen. Holy shit! Oh, that's so good, so good.
Understanding what each perspective is. I understand your perspective, Phil. I understand Keemstar's perspective. So I got a question for you, Keem. Is this? You don't mind if I call you Keem, do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Everyone
cool.
calls me Keem.
All right. All right. Is the offer still there for this to happen?
I mean,
if Phil is open to it.
I would say potentially, but not really, right? You know, I took Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988, who were willing to work with me and understood this business opportunity. And I'm setting up a boxing match between the two of them, and I'm gonna break the internet with this. All right. This is a awesome opportunity for Wings, an awesome opportunity for Boogie. This is going to be broadcasted on May 13th, and I haven't even announced this anywhere yet. This is an exclusive. It's going to be free to watch.
Oh, shit.
It's going to be free to watch. And
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Of course.
This is it. I am the guest, right?
Of course.
Yeah, please ask. Yeah.
We're back to that jealousy shit I was telling you about, right? He had to somehow inject himself back in to get attention back onto himself. That shit's crazy. But that's also another reason why that Lolcow podcast, it wouldn't have lasted very long. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have lasted very long. And then assholes like me would have dissected that shit for like years to come and shit. But like, it wasn't gonna work. He can't get past himself. He can't see past himself. He can't even really do without himself. You know what I'm saying? His ego is just constantly bursting at the seams. And that's the reason why that's why everybody who ever does something with him somehow in some way gets the short end of the stick. Like, no one steps into a relationship, business or otherwise, with DSP and comes out clean, because at the end of the day, it's always going to be about DSP. And it always has to be at someone else's expense. It's just the way that it has to be. Is that right? No, not at all. But that's just the way it has to be.
You know, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just making content people want to see, right? Is there any line that you won't cross when it comes to content that you think people want to see that you can make profit on? Do you have any kind of restraint? Do you ever feel that morally something is too far? Because I personally and many others hear this about this boxing match coming up. Okay, now let me give you my perspective. Okay. Wings of Redemption, Boogie, two desperate guys. We all know they're down on their luck. They could definitely use some money, right? We all know this. They publicly project that to the internet. They're both
same thing as you, but yet you somehow think you are leagues apart from them, or whatever the case may be. You somehow think you're somehow better than them, or whatever. This is the reason why you and Rich, when you guys get caught up in dumb shit, that's why people are at your motherfucking neck, and shit gets quieter and quieter, and those streams get smaller and smaller. It's funny how that works out.
See and understand they're kind of unhealthy. Maybe not. Who knows? But you only know what they project, correct? Do you not feel that having two people like this, overweight, possibly unhealthy, doing a boxing match against each other so that everyone on the internet can laugh at them, could possibly, just possibly, be either putting them in harm's way or maybe be considered morally reprehensible because of the repercussions that could happen during this match?
Did you not hear what you said beforehand? Two desperate guys that really need money. They knew what they know. R.I.P. to Shorty Low. They know and they understand what is coming about. But also on top of that, Keem, as the promoter and then the venue and then the insurance on both of those guys as well as other things, he has to have safeguards in place. They're not going to kill each other, clearly, but more importantly, nobody wants to see either one of those guys die in the goddamn ring. And he has safeguards against it. Here's the point. The point is both of them understand the risk. They both understand the risk. And if they both feel that $15,000 is more than enough for them to go out there and embarrass themselves for, 20 minutes worth of work or whatever the fuck it is, then so be it. Then so be it. You sit at home all day and do nothing. And you're falling apart. And you know you're falling apart. And yet you're okay with it. So is it morally right for you to violate your own temple doing what you're doing when you know what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing is bad, what you're doing is harmful for not only yourself, but for your fucking wife? You know, the one that, worst case scenario, is going to have to bury your dumb ass? Did you ever think about that? Did you think about the strain that you might put on your own parents if you pass away? Or if you get into a really bad spot where you can't function no more, and they either have to come out to you or they're gonna have to ship your ass out to them for them to take care of you. Did you ever think about that? But you want to talk some moral shit to fucking Keem for two people who are consenting adults? Sure. That's what it is. That sounds like a real strong Roman Catholic upbringing. That's what that is. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They can make their own decisions, though, Phil.
That's
I'm
fine.
just curious.
I mean, anyone can make their own decisions. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Keem. Please answer them.
Let me respond. All right. Every single influencer boxer, whether they're healthy or not, is putting themselves in harm's way for entertainment. They're all warriors, and they all deserve respect. Wings of Redemption and Boogie haven't gotten any respect. In fact, it's disrespect. Very similar to you. All right. And by doing this, they will get respect. Whether people laugh or not, they are going to get respect for jumping in that ring. But you mentioned that they're unhealthy. Of course they're unhealthy. But I can tell you right now, behind the scenes, and nobody knows this, both of them have actively already lost weight training for this fight. This is a positive thing in both of their lives. And I don't think either one of them...
And that's fair, but it's only positive if they can maintain it. And that's where the real crutch of the argument comes from. Can they maintain it? You doing it for a paycheck is one thing. You starting something is one thing. But can you continue with it? That's the real value that comes into that. And Keem can't force either one of them to do so. You have to have that within yourself. And that's where Wings fucked up. He liked all the positive attention that was coming at him. He said that, he's really liking what he was doing and he feels the best that he's ever felt and this, that, and the third, but it was all a facade. He only did it to keep the positivity on him, to keep the attention on him, to keep him, to keep the dopamine flowing, essentially. Wings likes the idea that people care about him. And he likes the idea that people are praising him for doing something. But he was never doing it for himself. He was just doing it for the feeling it gave him. Not just from some of his trolls and some of the casual viewers and some of the normies, but also from the attention he got from his wife too. And even with the financial problems that he's in right now, if he still was able to maintain the same activity and whatnot, if he still continued to train and do all this, if he still continued to have those walks with Kelly and everything else that entails, they would have a much stronger relationship, despite the fact that money isn't all that great right now. But see, Wings don't care about that. He never did. Same reason why he married Kelly in the first place, for insurance. He needed her insurance, and he needed someone to take care of him. That was a double whammy, I guess, as DSP was saying. That's just another double whammy for him. That's why that relationship's a fucking mess. Because Wings isn't willing to do anything to maintain it, to make it stronger. It needs to be strong from the jump, and it needs to be able to carry his ass. And when it can't, when Kelly couldn't carry him, then that's when shit gets all fucked up. And like DSP, he can't see it because he doesn't want to see it. He's in his own little bubble, just like DSP. Well, at least to some extent. I wouldn't say it's just like DSP, but I would definitely say to some extent. These guys are failures for a reason. And they'll always be looked at as such. And people will always go back to moments like this where Keem gave you a chance. Why didn't you maintain it? Oh, why do you feel like people believed in me? What about all the people who believed in you leading up to that moment? And then he ain't gonna have shit to say to you. He's already on his DoorDash app waiting for the next Wendy's to show up.
Have the ability to seriously hurt the other. Do you? Do you think they're in real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem. They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging.
Are you going to watch?
No.
Yes, you are.
No,
yes,
I'm not.
Are.
I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch your crap.
Phil,
Are you out of your
Phil,
mind?
you know who is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
I don't watch that crap. I don't watch your crap. He hasn't said shit about you and your content up to this point, but that's where you decided to go with it. Peep what I'm putting down.
Do you think they're in real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem. They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know.
Are you going to watch?
No.
Yes, you are.
No,
yes,
I'm not.
Are.
I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch your crap.
Phil,
Are you
Phil, you know who is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
Everyone. Great answer. That's exactly what I would have said.
I just don't believe you. It really comes down to what I just said a little while ago. When I look at like making content for the internet and doing stuff like this, my question is, will this serve viewers? And I know it will. I know so many people are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this fight.
You're so mistaken. You have known nothing about me then, dude.
Well, let's ask this, Phil. And this is just my morbid curiosity. If there was an opportunity for you, Phil, to
and look how proud he thinks he is of it. Look how proud he thinks he is being the odd man out. When I'm sure if we saw his watch history for one of the many channels he has, it would pop up. You know what I'm saying? Unless that channel got taken down, then that's a different story. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, absolute full of shit. Absolute full of shit. He's like, these guys aren't real boxers, Keem. It's not a real fight. Okay, so that lessens the chance that these guys would possibly hurt each other. You sat there and named he listed out all these different things, right? That kind of makes it, makes it the clown circus that it is. It's entertainment. These idiots can't seem to entertain anybody else, so they have to humiliate themselves, which is what it was. They had to humiliate themselves doing this. And people enjoyed it. Now, you want to get into this meaningful, whatever bullshit content you call it now, or curated content, or whatever nonsense you want to call that shit now. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. At the end of the day, content's content. You can put whatever label you want on it, but it doesn't really mean anything. You don't put any... You can't... How do I word this? I should save this for another video, but like, you can't make people look at your content and say and have them think it's meaningful. You can say that something's meaningful to you all you want, and that's all fine and dandy, whatever. But you can't force other people to acknowledge it to be being meaningful content. The internet's a big place, and YouTube's a huge place. You don't define meaningful content for other people. If you put out something that you're proud of, great. But you can't dictate to other people that it's meaningful and they should watch it and they should appreciate it as such. That's not how that works. You regurgitate the same bullshit every fucking day. And it's trash. The lack of engagement proves that. The lack of views on it proves that. It's garbage. It's just out and out trash. And if you can't accept that, that's on you. And your definition of trash, and I mean DSP here, people look at that shit as being entertaining. But see, DSP has never been entertaining. He's always been himself, a scumbag. And he was just fortunate enough to find other people who was okay with dealing with his scumbag bullshit until they outgrew him. Or he became so egregious that they couldn't deal with him no more. So imagine that. Imagine you putting out content that is at times blatantly racist, and people are like, oh, that's just funny. Until you say some shit that actually touches them the wrong way. No pun intended there. And all of a sudden, they're not cool with it no more. Or they grew up and they were like, you know what, I'm not sure if that's really that funny, to be honest with you, Phil. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, but you're, like, this is what you're still doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Phil never grew as a content creator, ever. He just kept doing the same shit, trying to attract, essentially, the bottom of the barrel. And once the bottom of the barrel dried up, he had nothing. Then he tried to shame people into fucking thinking his content was worthy of some type of praise or money or both. And now look at him. Oh, I don't create content anymore. I'm a content curator. You know what I'm saying? I organize content in such a way for people, and I design it in such a way for people so they can enjoy it. But yet this idiot can't even watch his own content. He can't even stomach it. When's the last time you guys saw a retrospective event where he goes back and watches his own shit? And it is shit, by the way. When's the last time he did that? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Box, whatever, I don't know, whatever it may be. That was a kind of a YouTuber versus YouTuber opportunity. Would you be open to that? Open to anything like that?
Wouldn't do it.
No.
That's not what I'm about. I'm on the internet to share my passion for games, to have a cool social interaction with this, my viewers, my fans, whatever you want to call them. I'm not here to make a mockery of myself or, do a publicity stunt. I don't do that kind of stuff.
Wait. What about our situation with Low Tier God? Evo weekend? What about that? That was a publicity stunt. That was definitely going to be humiliating because I think LTG could beat him. What about that? What about how he cried and complained about, I put the open challenge out there to any pro player who wants to play me Street Fighter 6, I'd be open to it. No one reached out because that's a waste of their goddamn time. And then he cried on the stream, I don't know why anybody don't want to contact me, man. I don't get it, man. I don't understand why I'm not good enough. No one wanted to reach out to me. I haven't heard anything. But yet he didn't reach out to anybody. He essentially tried to bully LTG into it. LTG is like, yeah, no, you're wasting my time. Get off my dick. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out we're supposedly above all of this bullshit, but when you really look at it, it's just that. It's just a large pile of pig shit. And he wondered why no one takes him seriously. No one respects him. No one sees him as nothing more as somebody to be profited off of. And he has no real value outside of that. When you have to run around crying and complaining that your content's meaningful, boy, you ain't sat there and lost the narrative. You're about done. It might be time to go ahead and hang that shit up. It might be about time to hang that shit up.
It's your perspective. From my perspective, I just want to be in my lane with my viewers, doing a good, fun stuff. I have no aspirations of grandeur or anything like that. I don't want to blow up because I did a stupid internet boxing match with someone. It's so stupid to me. Immature.
That's
honestly.
fine, Phil. If I could finish why I'm frustrated and explaining myself.
Continue.
Because, look, this all started with me retiring and you having, a bad opinion on me, and then us having that metaphor of, you being on level 1. I really did retire a year ago. I pretty much did retire. Now I'm doing DLC, but I'm not paying for the DLC. The DLC is paying me, and I'm doing more and more.
Okay,
and more
actually,
and more.
I don't know if Keem is this deep into it, but I can make a comparison on that. You guys remember that soundbite? Tevin used to talk about it. I think Tevin actually had this soundbite, but I know maybe Memology has it. Snortbernal might have it, where he's like, you paid money to play this stupid game, and I'm paid money to play this stupid game, or something along those lines. Oh shit, that might be Susan. Did anybody ever think about that right there? Kind of harkens back to that. Like, Keem is like, dude, I'm so far ahead of the game itself that I'm profiting off of DLC that hasn't even come out yet, where you're still at where you're at. That harkens back to something that DSP has said in the past. That's super fucking funny. Now, does Keem know that? Probably not. That's probably just Keem coming off the cuff. But if he did, that was a great metaphor. That was a great reference.
Stuff in this space because I just love it so much. And it comes from a place of you absolutely loving what you do and loving these video games. You know who else likes video games? Wings and Boogie. You don't think the three of you on a podcast would be a good thing? You guys talking about games, giving your opinions, talking about current events and whatnot. You don't think that's a positive thing?
Keem, I just said right here on the show, I would love to do a show with those guys. I'm friendly with them. Behind the scenes, I have conversations.
So when I couldn't get a hold of you and I called you multiple times, it wasn't once and you ignored, it was multiple times. I kept calling, I kept DMing you, and you said, oh, I'm streaming now, and A couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever. Believe it as fact,
No. We want to hear your perspective. That's what we're doing here.
Did he not call you multiple times?
Wait, my thing is this. Fuck that part. if Keem is lying, why don't you say, Keem, that's a lie. That's not exactly how that happened, but whatever. He's not doing that. He's sitting here trying to fucking pander to Craig and Adam, say, oh, what he's saying is a lie. It didn't actually happen that way, but I'll let him go anyway. Address him. He's right there. He's right there. If you think he lied, then say, hey, Keem, you lied about that. Or, hey, Keem, you got that part fucked up. But whatever. Why not do that? You see how DSP tried to squirm his way around those two and use them as a shield to protect himself? That's sad. Grown-ass man can't sit there and call someone else out on their bullshit. But then again, if he's on his stream, he'll call you guys liars, pieces of shit, and everything all fucking day, and do it with his piggy breasts out and has no problem with it. But with Keem, nah, he has to put the training bra on, and he has to hide behind Adam and Craig to defend himself. That's fucking crazy.
At least once, maybe twice, but I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times that you've said during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
Because I don't document this stuff. Why do I care?
But how can you say with such certainty that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all these things if constantly I'm just calling it out.
Because in my reality, the lie isn't the lie, it's the truth. And it's my truth. I catered it that way. I crafted it that way. So anything that Keem says that I disagree with is a lie, and that's that. And you'll never change me otherwise. Or DSP going to his semantics, it's my perspective. Holy shit. Fucking coward. Fucking coward.
And whatnot. You don't think that's a positive thing?
Keem, I just said right here on the show, I would love to do a show with those guys. I'm friendly with them. Behind the scenes, I have conversations.
So when I couldn't get a hold of you, and I called you multiple times, it wasn't once and you ignored, it was multiple times. I kept calling, I kept DMing you, and you said, oh, I'm streaming now, and da-da-da. A couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever. Believe it as fact, you know.
No. We want to hear your perspective. That's what we're doing here.
Did he not call you multiple times?
He called me at least once, maybe twice, but I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times that you've said during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
Because I don't document this stuff. Why do I care?
But how can you say with such certainty that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all these things if constantly I'm just calling it out. Or, you know, I'm not trying to come at you, but that I've just noticed that a lot. So now you say actually he called maybe twice. Could it have been 3 times? Could it have been 4 times?
It definitely
wasn't
didn't even
notice.
4. It was 1 or 2.
How do I know?
3 or 4. I'm
just, you know.
Well, I specifically remember when he called me during a stream, and I'm like, who's calling me? And then when I went on a break, I opened my phone. I'm like, this must be him, because I don't have his phone number. I'm assuming this must be him because of the, you know, you get locations tied to phone numbers or whatever. And I'm like, why is he calling me when I gave him these specific times to call me? He's calling me when I said I was busy.
But even then, Phil, you made
okay. Just a second, right before you jump in, Craig. Okay, Phil. So you went on a break. You saw this. You assumed it's him. Why didn't you call him back? Did you even call him back? Maybe I'm jumping to assumptions here. Did you actually call the guy? Did you actually call him back and be like, you know, hey, what's going on? Nah, you didn't. You went ahead and stewed about that shit, and then waddled your ass downstairs to fucking make dinner at fucking 4 o'clock. Piece of shit.
There's a call worth potentially 50 grand plus more on the backside of this that could take 10 minutes. I mean,
change your life.
And once again, your true fans will understand. Look, I had to get on a phone call. This is a really important business call. I appreciate you guys. And you know what? They're going to stay there with you. They're going to stay there watching because they want to know what's happening. They want to know more about this. Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
No, and again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his number. You know, I'm checking after the fact during a break or whatever. But the fact that this guy can't call me when I'm giving him
literal fucking semantics,
baffling to me. So first, he won't. The true interaction here, I had to DM him. He wouldn't contact me. I had to DM him. He would not talk further in the DM about what this was until I demanded it. I'm like, dude, just tell me what you're talking about to see if I'm interested. I don't want to get on a call with you unless you just say, what if he had said something I'm totally not interested in at all? I could say, no, we're not even bothering with it. He wouldn't. I had to like pull strings to get him to even say, okay, I want you.
He's trying to get. He literally did this on purpose. You're not going to be able to tell me different. He did this shit completely on purpose. He literally gatekeeped. Well, he kind of cock blocked. Really, he really cock blocked Keemstar from talking to him, knowing damn well, DSP knew damn well what the guy wanted and what the guy wanted to talk about. He's sitting here getting mad saying that, oh, I'm DMing him back and forth. He won't tell me what he wants. And Keem's still pushing for this phone call. And I was like, well, what if we get on the phone call and it's something that I don't like? Well, you're not going to know until you get on the goddamn phone call. But more importantly than that, that's how business works. This motherfucker runs around here all day talking about, I know how to do business. I understand this. I understand that. And yet you can't even get him to do a simple thing like get on the phone. Can't even get him on the fucking phone because he's such a coward. Because if you say something that he don't like, he's going to react poorly, and then he's going to end up exposing himself. Or he's not going to say anything, and he's just going to fume about it later on. If that's not a sign of mental illness, I don't know what is.
Post on a show, and then he wouldn't even talk any further. He demanded a phone call. I give him my number. I give him the specific times to call. He calls the wrong times.
Well,
right?
Guys, according to what I hear from Keem, hold on, I just want to say this real quick. According to what I'm hearing from Keem, he was going to put up $150,000 to do a show with 3 guys. Like, that's a risk. That's him investing a lot of his income to try to help these guys, for including yourself. And I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like that's nothing in comparison to what he's trying to do. All right, I just needed to say that, Keem.
And Phil, listen.
Do you want to know why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just a second, Keemstar, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating,
and now he's saying I wanted it in writing. When did you ever say anything about anything in writing? When did any of you, up to this point, if you've listened this far, big ups if you have, I appreciate it. When has he ever mentioned anything about wanting anything in writing? He kept saying, oh, he kept calling me. He kept wanting me to, I kept trying to DM. I kept doing this, doing that. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any clue what he's wanting. I don't know this, that, and the third. Now he's saying, oh, that's why I wanted everything in writing. Wanted what in writing? It's a proposal, Phil. You don't need to put nothing in writing because nothing's been ironed out. What the fuck? There's no written guarantees in this bitch until you guys agree to terms and contracts are written up and shit and lawyers are brought in. So what the fuck are you talking about wanting shit in writing? Oh my god, I almost let that slip. I almost let that silly shit slip. Son of a bitch. God damn.
I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like that's nothing in comparison to what he's trying to do. All right, I just needed to say that, Keem.
And Phil, listen.
Do you want to know why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just a second, Keemstar, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating for the first time back and forth, all right, I can tell just by how you're reacting and what you're saying back to me that you actually understand that this was a great opportunity. And that's why we needed to be on the phone, is so we could actually communicate. We could hear each other's voice. We could talk this thing out. You can ask me questions. The text conversation, the emails back and forth, all right? That's not like really how business gets done. That's how contracts get done. That's how managers communicate back and forth and do deals.
But see, like, that's how DSP's always been, though. Outside of a few times when DSP ended up getting his contracts renegotiated by Machinima, where where this idiot agreed to make less and less money, which is fucking hilarious. Anytime DSP has dealt with a contract, that bitch was just sent to him, and he signed it, and that was it. Didn't he admit in his Machinima, in that fucking Machinima reaction, whatever the fuck it was called, that he didn't even really read those contracts? Or he just skimmed through them and whatever and then signed and sent that bitch back? So this is an idiot who don't even know how to deal with contracts. First off, when the contract was sent to him, he should have had a lawyer look over it. Especially at a time when you're making 6 figures. Never did it. Thought he could handle it himself and got fucked over when he was underperforming, which he pretty much was always underperforming. And then this idiot right here, to me anyway, it sounds like he was just looking for a gotcha moment. That's what it sounds like. And you want to know what I can reference that to? I can reference that to the Fotabi Laverian media situation. when he said, oh, well, they sent me contracts and the date wasn't right, or this was misspelled, or this was wrong and this was wrong, but I signed it anyway to see if I could get what I wanted. And if they wouldn't give me what I want, I could just go back and say, hey, this contract was all fucked up and everything, so that automatically null and voids it. If you guys remember that far back, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So that's what this idiot was doing. He was looking for a gotcha moment, and he wasn't even in a position he wasn't even in a position to even, he wasn't in a position to even be thinking about that. He was literally out here wasting these people's time. God damn, dude, that's crazy. It's so wild.
We're at the very beginning of an idea, and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with this business. It has to be like real communication back and forth in a phone call, like it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it was so important for me to get on the phone with you.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree? Does it make sense to you, Phil?
What I was gonna say.
This is funny. Literally treating him like the village idiot. Do you understand what he's saying, Philip? Do you get where he was coming from now, Philip? Do you understand what the parameters are, Philip? Do you see why he needed to do it this way, Philip? Holy shit! Oh, fucking hey, Phil, you let 3 people talk down to you like you were straight bitch, like you were slow, and you just took it. Oh, oh, you're such a whore.
I wanted it in writing was very simple. All right. Again, you have to understand, Keem, you have a lot of stuff that's said about you on the internet. You know that. We've agreed to that.
But
right?
so do you.
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing that from you.
It's so frustrating.
If I'm going to deal
that.
with this guy, if I'm going to deal with this guy, I want our conversation in writing. Because what's to stop me from getting on the phone with Keem, having a conversation, and the next thing I know, he completely lies about what we just talked about to get drama on his content.
Look at him. Like see, that's what I'm saying. This is what I mean about him being a scumbag and wanting a gotcha moment. He's so worried about Keem fucking him over when in actuality, he's trying to set Keem up. He's legitimately trying to set Keem up. And see, you want to know what this comes back to? This comes back to that shit with Review Tech USA. See, Review Tech USA, for any of you guys who know his lore, he's run through the gambit, if you will, of fucking different sponsorships and endorsements and all that shit, which is what got his ass in trouble with that Big Cheese situation, right? Because if you guys remember, when that situation with him and Big Cheese happened, he basically told Big Cheese, hey man, this is what sponsorships, this is how it works, man. This is how business works. Sometimes someone has to take a loss. Sometimes someone has to get the short end of the stick. Sometimes the parameters change. You got to eat it. And look at all the shit that caused his ass. Just because he didn't want to pay a guy $200 goddamn dollars. Because he thought he somehow knew so goddamn much. DSP's doing that exact same shit. He's literally posting up. He ain't sat there and gatekeep Keemstar from having any contact with him. And then once he finally did get in contact with him, now he's trying to catch up his ass on a gotcha moment. I don't know if he's trying to do it to dictate better terms for himself. I don't know what it is. But DSP is proving why he's not a trustworthy person, and you should never do anything with him. You shouldn't have any correspondence that dude wants by email. Fuck all that. Cut that shit off. It's just like what sorry, I'm reference heavy. It harkens back to something that Almighty Tevin said about SOK. He said, do not speak to, if you do speak to any of those people, have all that shit recorded. Every goddamn thing of it. Because you never know what those people are going to say, are going to take what you said, and how they're going to spin it, or whatever the case may be. Now that I think about it, I can give you another reference. This harkens back to the situation with Medicare, where Medicare was like, you can't trust Discord because you don't know who's on there, you don't know who's recording you, you don't know shit about shit. He didn't articulate it that way. I'm just going to go, I'm going to freestyle a bit. But he said you can't trust what goes on over there. It's only going to cause even more problems. You don't call it, the platform is called Discord, right? So it's a thing. That's wild. Silly. And he thought he was going to get away with it too. He literally thought he was going to get away with it. Fucking A.
That's like me going to Craig, like, hell no. I hear all this shit about Phil. I don't want him to come up here and start fucking wanking it on the show live. You know what I mean? That's like me believing what is on the internet when I think this was actually it was a tough, but it was a good show, you know, and it was a chance for you to come clean and like really try to tackle some of the shit that's out there. But it's like you're using the same kind of shit that people have been using against you, but you're using it against Keemstar. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't listen. I don't trust the guy.
You do hear it. You do
I
see
don't
it, right?
trust him. I do not trust Keem.
But once again,
You don't know me. We've never even talked.
How do you not trust the man when you're getting your information from the internet? The internet is not a real place.
I can tell you this. I do business with the biggest content creators on this entire planet. All right. I don't just run a show called Drumler. I develop video games. I represent YouTubers. I get them brand deals. One of my companies represents the biggest streamer on the planet. I have a long business history with FaZe, Mr. Beast. You don't know anything about me.
You don't know. He doesn't know a lot about a lot, but this is what all of us should know. DSP is a professional predator. And don't take that out of context, because there's nothing to take out of context. I meant what I said. DSP is a professional predator, and he's a professional victim. And theoretically, one shouldn't be able to serve two masters. But Jesus Christ, I don't know how else to articulate what I just heard. I don't know how else to put that out to you. That shit is incredible.
Right? But if we had a conversation and you got to learn about me and what I've done and the business opportunities that I've created for this industry for the last 15 years, your opinion of me would be wildly different than you watching a drama documentary about me, something that you're against. This is blood money. But that's where you got your information from.
It talked a lot positively about you. Why do you think I watched a drama video about you? That's not what I watched.
So it talked positively.
Eat a dick. And eat a dick, Phil. And I can say that because think of Down the Rabbit Hole. All those years before he tried to start sucking off Frederick. He said he didn't watch drama content. He didn't have a reason to see it. He didn't have a reason to watch it. He didn't care about it. He just ignored it. You guys remember that? He said that for years. For years, he said that shit. But now, he praises that shit. Jesus Christ, he did a reaction to it. He tried to fucking convince Frederick behind the scenes to do a follow-up. Wow. Holy shit.
About me, but by watching it, you had a negative view of me. That doesn't... It's
no,
not
I told you.
up.
I respect you immensely, but... I don't know after all. It's not just that. There's other things too. Other people that have said things about you and their dealings with you. I have to kind of be protective of myself and my business and my family.
Was there ever
a story involved with you? I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple things.
This is what we're supposed to be paranoid of. In Gouty Christendom, this is what people are supposed to be jealous of. This fucking junkie, paranoid sociopath. This is what people are jealous of. Really. This is what people are jealous of. Holy shit. Holy shit. You're going to somehow try to fuck me over. Somehow. Some way he's going to do me over, guys. I promise you he's going to screw me over. Let me bring that shit back. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's good. That's real good. That's real fucking good.
That doesn't... It's
no,
not
I told
adding
you.
up.
I respect you immensely, but I don't know after all... It's not just that. There's other things too. Other people that have said things about you and their dealings with you. I have to kind of be protective of myself and my business and my family.
Was there ever a
being
story
involved with you? I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple things that I've
actually,
done
you know
wrong.
what? Just to show that I'm not a complete asshole, you can disregard that theoretically. For those who know me, you know I'm a complete and utter asshole. I'm proud of that shit. But let's say hypothetically, when DSP says I feel like you could somehow hang me out to dry somehow. I'm gonna get fucked over. I'm thinking. What happens if that shit does become successful? like the early days of Machinima. Money's flowing through, his reputation, quote unquote, somehow improves, yada yada yada, and then all of a sudden Keem's like, you know what, guys, this isn't gonna work anymore, or you know what, guys, I'm gonna sell, and this is what your cuts are gonna be, equal and whatnot, and that's that. And DSP's gonna be like, what the fuck, man? You said we were successful. You said we're doing great. Why are we giving up on this? Because if you guys go back to those DSP news segments, fuck you, Phil. If you go back to those DSP news segments, DSP questions why these successful people are constantly leaving the CEO positions. Oh, I thought you guys, the company's doing great. You guys are making boatloads of money. You know what I'm saying? You're the CEO, so you're making a shitload of money. Why would you leave that? Because circumstances, you idiot. Because sometimes money is not enough, or sometimes they've made enough money, or sometimes they just want to make money doing something somewhere else. But see, DSP don't understand that. He thinks if you have a good thing going, you stay with it forever, because why would it fail if it's so successful? You know what I mean? That's what he's worried about with Keem. He's worried that shit's going to become so big, it's going to get so popular, it's going to work out so well that once Keem can get the highest price possible for it, he's going to sell. And even though DSP would be given a lump sum of money, and maybe even some residuals, he's going to be left out to dry. He's going to be like, why would you fuck me over, man? Even though he would get his cut, his percentage of the proceeds from that sale. Certainly more than what John ever got. Something to think about. That's just my theory. It's a thought.
In my career, like 1,000%, I have said outlandish things in the attempt of making entertainment and entertaining people. In 2015, one of the biggest things, my team got a story wrong, and I went on air with the story wrong and falsely accused someone of being a pedo. It was wrong identity. It wasn't even the same guy. All right. If you look at that story and actually look into it, the person that exposed Keemstar for that and brought that to the internet was Keemstar. I exposed myself for getting it wrong. I right away tried to make, it right with that guy, offer him 20 grand. This is like back in 2000.
You did own up to it, but there are people calling that out pretty quickly. If actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty confident people called that shit out pretty quickly on Twitter. Pretty fucking fast. And whatnot. Especially once that guy started getting death threats and everything like that. I guess we'll leave that part out, Keem. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Can't actually talk about all the damage we did. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure people called you out on Twitter for that. You did, for all intents and purposes, you did do the right thing and come out and say, hey, I fucked all that up. But I'm pretty confident there was people at your neck before you did that. I'm pretty confident. Semantics.
15. If you actually look into any of this stuff about me, you're going to see Keemstar saying wild, effed up stuff. And
if I remember correctly, that dude was like 70-something years old or some shit. He was in his late 60s, early 70s. I mean, that dude lost a lot of viewership, man. He had built up a lot of goodwill. And, some people had turned their back on him. 20 grand doesn't fix that. You know what I'm saying? Like 20 grand doesn't fix allegations like that. Like that caused real problems for that man in his real life and shit. Interestingly enough, too, you said you offered him 20 grand, but I swore the story was that you only offered him like 5, maybe 10 grand. Semantics. Well, point being is that 20, let's say it was 20. 20 grand doesn't make something like that go away. I don't know how it could. I'm just throwing it out there.
But you're going to see Keemstar making mistakes and trying to make amends for it if you actually take the time to look into it. Now, you're on this show asking these audience, detractors, these gentlemen running this podcast to treat your story and what's said about you fair. I should have gotten the same respect from you, or at least a respect to get a phone call just so we could better know each other.
Phil,
but that didn't happen. And if I could finish, because I'm almost done representing, you know, my point in all this. I called him multiple times. I couldn't get a hold of him. It rubbed me the wrong way right from the beginning when he was trying to send me to an email, which made no sense to me. And I think 2 weeks roughly went by, and I went on YouTube, and because I was looking up DSP stuff, you know, doing research for the podcast, the algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed. So I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities. And I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career. Phil, if this podcast was a success, all right, everyone in the chat and you are looking at $50,000. It wouldn't be $50,000. This podcast would make millions. It would be a wild success. It would be a brand. This is something that would be clipped on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram. People would talk about this, just like you're being clipped on your little live stream now, except for we would have an opportunity to monetize it.
Phil, do you understand kind of the you know, obviously.
And yet again, Keem is not wrong with that. Like, the amount of money that could have been generated on the show's part, I should say, is quite a bit. Now, do I think that's going to bump up detractor views? Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't think Keem is scummy enough. I don't want to give him too much credit, but I don't think he's scummy enough to flag down detractor content, because that'd be dumb. Because that's free advertising. That's legitimately free advertising. So there's no need to do that. He can still have the detractor element there and still make quite a bit of money off of it, because that's what Keem is banking on. He's banking on the advertising from the detractors, as well as being able to pull in normies and everything else that comes on with it. That comes with that. When people, like when you think about Wings, for example, people focus on like the Wings trolls and shit, but the real viewership doesn't come from the Wings trolls. It's going to come from the PKA side of it, their subreddit and all that shit, and their fan base. That's where the bulk of the views are going to come from Wings' standpoint. So if you look at the much larger picture, there's a lot of money to be made all around. But if you're a fucking Lolcow, you can't see that shit. And you ain't seen how they already had to basically baby walk his ass through the understanding of, hey, this is why it's important to be able to speak to people over the phone over sending an email. You think he's going to be able to think like that in the long term? About profitability, about residuals, about any of that? Fuck out of here. So, this was literally wasted on him. But this smug, disgusting, unwashed piece of pig, still sitting up here smug about it. Like he accomplished something. Like he accomplished something. You know what I mean? He can't even see past the fact of, or he can't even see past the 50,000. And apparently, since he has to run all of the business decisions through the wife, apparently she's too stupid to see it too. Just put it out there. We're gonna go ahead and open up the lane to all possibilities and or responsibilities. Then, you know, we got to call a spade a spade. Just saying. Now, keep in mind, I would think, oh well, 50 grand up front plus long-term money would make sense to her. But then again, this is the same person who burned pizza rolls in the air fryer. They somehow overcooked the pre-cooked ham, and you know, all the other nonsense that came with. So it's not like I'm talking to the fucking brain trust here when it comes to financial decisions in the long term. Gotcha.
I think what Keem is saying, he has this business experience, right? He's offering you an opportunity. You turn the other way. But there's a lot of things that you're saying today. You're talking about you know, Keem making mistakes, saying things, doing business the wrong way. That can also be said about yourself. And the things that you're saying are very I mean, it's like holding a mirror up to yourself, because I feel like there's actually a lot of similarities between Keemstar making mistakes. You've made mistakes, things that we touched on during this podcast, right? You do understand the similarities between what your argument is for not wanting to work with him and the reason why you have so many detractors.
Sure. What I would say is the difference between me and Keem, outside of wild amount of popularity difference, is that if you take a look at the body of work that I've done in the 15 years I've done it, all right, you would say, has Phil ever really outright with anything he's done actually concretely hurt someone to the point where, like, you know, wow, what a heinous person. People will say that about me.
Yeah, you actually have, because you've actually said things about people that you really had no business to be speaking of. You spoke out of complete and utter ignorance. On top of that, you've taken from people who, truth be told, even if they were in a position at that time to give it up, you probably shouldn't have accepted it. When someone is giving up disability money, right? Like when people are giving up disability money or government money because they can't have a job or they're just mentally or physically not capable of doing so or whatever, there's something wrong with that. And here's the crazy part. You know those people are at a disadvantage, physically, mentally, or otherwise, and you still accepted it. And not only did you accept it, but you had the nerve to ask for more. Yeah, that is harmful. Yeah, that is fucking irresponsible. And it's problematic. And you, of all people, should know that. So yeah, you've done quite a bit in your quote-unquote career that was problematic or fucking hurtful. The problem that you have is a lot of that came back on you. Or came back onto you, I should say. That's what you're pissed off about. You had to reap some of what you sowed. Not all of it, but some of it. I won't say even most of it. I'd say some of it. And that's what bothers you. That's what chaps your ass. And you're mad that all these people out here are waiting for you to really get your up and comings, and it scares you. It scares you that, oh, that happened years ago. Why can't they let that go? Oh, this, that, and the third. See, years ago, you sat there and you went ahead and pissed on those people, thought they can't do nothing to you. Now look at you, begging for people to fucking find a platform that you can get merch on, begging for people to put you in a position for business opportunities, like when you got booted off of Machinima and had to beg someone to get you on the curse, which I'm thinking, I said this on stream, and I'm thinking that Rich had something to do with helping you getting on the curse because he had a connection with them at that time, but that's semantics. I can't prove that. So don't take that as the gospel. You know what I'm saying? You've always been reliant on someone else, but a lot of your problems, if not all your problems, are of your own doing. You brought that shit onto yourself. And you really thought that people couldn't touch you, that people couldn't hurt you, that people weren't willing to come across that tightrope. And they did. It speaks a lot. It really do. It speaks a lot.
We'll say that about Keem, okay? And at the end of the day, when I have to make business decisions about who I'm going to associate with and who I'm not going to, that's a factor. And it's a moral factor for me. It has nothing to do with Keem's business sense. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I think you would actually run the podcast very, very well. I do. I would love to do this podcast with Boogie and Wings. I have a problem with you morally, dude, with the content you put out. I do. And
I'm gonna let him respond. Let him respond to that.
Listen, you just said that you've never hurt anyone, right? And you talking trash doesn't hurt me. That's just an opportunity, right? But when you treated me the way you did behind the scenes, this sounds like bullshit coming from me, but you hurt me. I was offended. I was hurt. Like, why are you treating me like this? Why can't you treat me like a man, and why can't we have a conversation? If you came to the conclusion that, no, I don't want to do this, this isn't right for me, that's fine. But you really showed me no respect at all. It was so disrespectful how you were treating me, making me email. I have to call at a certain time. I'm calling and you're not answering the phone.
Yeah, basically making him jump through hoops. Here's the interesting part too. Looking at long term, Keem is petty. For those of you who know, you know. Keem is petty as fuck. So, do you know how many doors, and now, as I said earlier on in this, there's some doors that have been closed to Keem because of some of his interactions with certain people who moved on and so on and so forth and got themselves into positions. I'm sure as time goes on, that shit will get let go, as most things, but you get what I'm saying. There were certain avenues that were, or still are, closed off to Keem in some way, shape, or form. Do you know how uncomfortable Keem could make things for DSP without even really saying anything? This interview itself is enough to make things incredibly uncomfortable for DSP or permanently close doors for him. Not every door, but some doors. Because when you go through one door, that leads into other doors. And that might there are a bunch of different opportunities behind those doors. And DSP don't know that because he fucks over everybody that he deals with. But Keem could, just off of him showing up on this podcast and getting his part of it out there, you know, getting his side of the story, I should say, could possibly have hurt Phil in some way, shape, or form. And DSP has not even thought about it. And I bet you anything, no one that's in his little gouty fucking Gestapo has really thought about that either. Because if they had, someone would have said something like, you know, hey, man, that might have not have been a good idea, man. He's not someone you should be trying to make an enemy of. And I don't care what sympathetic snorts DSP throws at you, you know he's wrong. And guess who's going to end up suffering for it at the end of the day? It's going to be DSP. And theoretically his community by proxy, but I don't know, maybe if they nutted up and actually went off somewhere else and actually, I don't know, start over. It's the internet, right? Maybe they'd get somewhere. But then again, whatever. Who am I to give advice?
When people were asking, your fans asking online, why didn't you do this podcast with Keem? During this whole time, I forgot to mention this, he was still talking bad about me publicly.
Keem, you just said it. Like, just what you just described is probably the main reason I have a problem with you. You are someone who has no self-awareness, and you think that you're the most important thing. You tweeted on your Twitter that I should contact you about a business opportunity. No one does that. They contact the person about the business opportunity directly.
We all do it. We all do it.
Yeah,
it's the internet, Phil.
Phil, it's
like,
the internet, man.
Like
yeah.
You said you've been doing this for 15 years, but like, do you not understand the way algorithms work, the way anger is addictive, and how
Look at
people
him.
are hooked?
Look at him. He literally hurt. He's like, why are you guys not siding with me? I don't know. What? What do you mean this is how the internet works? This is how things are done. Isn't his Twitter supposed to be a business Twitter? The place where he conducts the other aspect of his business? His advertising, if you will? Fucking idiot. Oh, fucking idiot.
On crazy shit. Go ahead.
I want no part of that drama. I don't
Phil,
want to be
Phil,
on a
Phil,
podcast that is going to be about that. I don't want to be involved with someone.
That's not what he was. I don't even know what the
egomaniacal
podcast was
what
going to
he's
be about.
saying. He's being
Listen to this
egomaniacal.
struggle session to try to somehow feel like he's justified to do what he's doing. Absolute struggle session. Get the fuck out of here. We're past mental fucking gymnastics at this point. Like, we don't even have enough energy to do that anymore. Now it's just an absolute struggle session. Please, please, please side with me so the evil Keem can get thrown off the show. Please. Please see it my way. Literally begging and pleading with these people to see things his way. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm sure Dave and Linda are proud.
I have to just listen
Phil,
to what you
I'm
said.
not.
Keem,
Phil.
you just said my whole life should have stopped because you wanted to contact me. Really?
I did
my
not say that.
whole life. You
No,
just
he
said,
didn't say that.
Answer
I
the
did
call
not
at
say
any
that.
time.
He's literally this is literally a grown ass man with a business degree. You remember that? Do you remember back? What was that? The Blip TV. I'm a mature adult with a business degree. Do you remember that? Oh, oh my god! It's so good. It's so good. Oh boy, I miss doing content. God damn. I've missed so much. There's so much wonders to be enjoyed. Oh my gosh. So good. So good.
I gave you the times to call me.
Can
Answer
I
the
give
call
you
at
some
any time at
context?
all.
Can I give you some context? From the time I wake up to the time I...
Oh. Oh, that was so good. Holy shit. Oh, incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Holy shit. Okay, give me just a second to get my thoughts together. It'll be mere seconds for you guys. I'll be right back. Holy shit. So good. So good. Okay. Let's go ahead and close the situation out. Holy shit, I'll see you guys in just a second.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no smoke. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl I wanna dig out. Hooked it up for later.
Oh boy. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for kind of sitting through this nonsense with me and whatnot. It was a lot. I get it. It was a lot. I absolutely get it. But I had a pretty good time. Hopefully you guys can get an idea of what I was thinking about with this Lolcow podcast. It's not authentic, to be honest with you. It's not authentic. So the new Lolcow podcast, or whatever they want to call it, the Lol cast, or whatever they want to call it later on, they should go with that. But what it was originally set up to be, you're not going to be able to. It's never going to be able to get there. It's not built for it, and you know it is what it is. That's just the circumstances. It is what it is. With that being said, on to the next project. I have DSP has said some wild shit about the FGC, about fighting games in general as of late. I'd like to go at. There's a bunch of stuff to go after, so let's go ahead and get it. You know, it tis the season, if you will, so we can make that happen, as well as you know what I'm saying, SnortBucks Coffee Company, best beverage company. Obviously, one of our signature flavors, pumpkin spice, salted pumpkin spice, actually this year, has just come out, so that's a thing and whatnot. And you know, gift cards are going to be a thing too, so that's a thing. So check that out when the advertisements come out for that one. And that's that. Like I said, thank you guys very much for listening, and I very much appreciate it. I'll catch you guys for the next one. Holy shit, I'll catch you guys for the next one. For the Snort Report, for Dspnews, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes, the GTG Network and Productions. For the Snort Report, as well as SnortBucks Coffee Company, I've been your host. Take care of yourselves, people.
I can't believe today was a good day. A good day. A good day. Left my homie's house paid. Picked up a girl, been trying to dig since the 12th grade. It's ironic, I had the boo, she had the chronic. The Lakers beat the Supersonics. Felt on the big fat fanny, pulled out the jammy and killed the food nanny.